Who's there? Oh,
Hey Ed,
yeah?
tomorrow's trash. Could you make sure you get it out?
Yes.
Here you go. Oh, step up. It's not that big, man. Here you go. Come on.
I would say good morning, Shadow, but it's more like good midnight. Oh.
Would you answer one question to help Donald Trump? We're doing a 100% anonymous.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has filed articles of impeachment against Supreme Court Justices Samuel Alito and Clarence Thomas, as she has promised to do. Now, hold on. It's not because of their rulings. She's saying it's over misconduct. Sure. We're going to talk about that. It's a big story. But then we also have Rep. Anna Paulina Luna's bill to hold Merrick Garland in contempt failing as several Republicans defected to join Democrats in, for some reason, protecting Joe Biden. I am very clearly not happy about this if you watched my earlier morning segments. And then we have some funny news and some serious news. Ben Shapiro testifying before Congress. Some funny quips that we'll highlight. But serious news, advertising networks, major media buyers were trying to collude to shut down conservative channels like the Daily Wire, citing the Breitbart model. They even targeted Joe Rogan. So we're going to talk about all of that, my friends. But before we get started, head over to vaultdrinks.com/Tim Pool. I got to tell you, we actually ran out of this stuff. They sent us some, and it's delicious. And we drank it all. It's sugar-free, no caffeine, ketone-based energy drink. Vault says it's the first ever Go BHB ketone high-octane brain fuel that supercharges your mind and body, containing no sugar, no caffeine, nothing artificial. In today's market, especially for kids, all these drinks have sugar or caffeine or something artificial or all of the above. Vault defies all of that. It's the healthiest drink ever made, they say. Wow. 100% natural. And I'll point this out, too. Some of these energy drinks that I'm not going to name, it's not even an energy drink. It's just nasty tasting soda they call energy. I'm not a fan. What is BHB, you might ask? It's the body and brain's preferred fuel. You probably don't know this, but when you were being born in your mom's belly, the most important time of your life, when all your major organs are being developed, your heart, your brain, etc., ketones were a part of that. And so that's what Vault is saying. They say that ketones are your body's preferred fuel. So head over to vaultdrinks.com/TimPool, and you'll get 10% off. We also have this QR code you can scan right now. You guys know I did the ketosis for a while, but I always recommend you talk to a doctor about, what's right for you and all that stuff. But I will say, I'm not a big fan of the sugary garbage drinks. And I will stress, too, you may have noticed other commercials where the big brands are starting to advertise that they, too, are pulling sugar from their drinks. So check out vaultdrinks.com/TimPool. And I will just stress, this stuff, it tastes really good. So we're big fans. Shout out to Vault. Again, vaultdrinks.com/TimPool. And head over to timcast.com, click Join Us, become a member to support our work directly. We're going to have an awesome members-only uncensored call-in show coming up for you at about 10 p.m. That's where you as members can submit questions and actually join the show and talk to us and our guests. It'll be a lot of fun. But also, click that banner. We've got the RNC Milwaukee 2024 show, July 18th. Mike Lindell, Luke Rutkowski, Hannah Claire Brimelow, Libby Emmons. We're going to be there. You're going to be there. You're going to be hanging out with us in the audience. We're going to do live Q&A. It's going to be a lot of fun, so we're going to enjoy this trip up to Milwaukee. I don't know how many tickets are left, but go to timcast.com, pick up your tickets, and also become a member. Don't forget to also smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with all your friends. Joining us tonight to talk about this and so much more is Joe Kent.
Hey, Tim. Thanks for having me.
How's it going?
Doing great, man. Appreciate me having me back on.
Yeah, who are you? What do you do?
So, Joe Kent, running for Congress in Washington's 3rd District, retired Green Beret, did a little bit over 20 years in the military. Got a new book out. It's about my late wife who was killed fighting ISIS in Syria. The book's called Send Me. It's available everywhere you can buy books.
Right on. Well, thank you for hanging out.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Ian's here.
Hi, everyone. Hey, Tim. Good to see you guys. Hello, Hannah Claire. And Joe as well. Always good to see you, man. I'm back. Play music. I'm an actor. I do a lot of stuff. Happy to be here.
It's fun to have you both here. I'm glad you could join us, Joe. I'm Hannah Claire Brimelow. I'm a writer for SCNR.com, Scanner News. Let's get started.
Real quick, before we do, I must stress, YouTube's back end is down, and tons of people are freaking out. But I managed to duct tape a way to get the stream going anyway, and so hopefully...
Is that going to affect anything?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, so YouTube blocked us from streaming 1 minute ago. Okay, so 5 minutes ago, before we got started. And I tried inspecting to remove the Java that was blocking the, and I seem to have figured it out.
Oh, nice.
But everyone's tweeting like, YouTube's down, we can't get in the back end. I can't access any of our videos or analytics or anything. It's all busted. But we're live, so let's talk about the news. We got this story from the Post Millennial. Breaking, AOC files articles of impeachment against Supreme Court Justices Samuel Alito and Clarence Thomas. AOC claimed that Thomas and Alito refused to recuse themselves from cases where they had a personal bias or prejudice concerning a party. The important thing to stress here is that this is completely pointless. And like the SAVE Act, will do nothing. It won't go anywhere. She's going to file this. Republicans are going to throw it in the garbage. Senate's not going to pick up anything like this. It's not going to happen. As for the SAVE Act 2, which also passed the House, and we will talk about that later, that's going to die in the Senate. It's not going anywhere. Biden wouldn't let it happen as it is. So all of this is virtue signaling as the Titanic is sinking. But here's the story. New York's own Rep. AOC made good on her promise on Wednesday to file articles of impeachment against Supreme Court Justices Alito and Thomas. And, it's kind of funny because they're the most based. This comes as senators seek to engage in a new round of lawfare against Thomas over alleged ethics complaints regarding vacations and trips. A reporter for MSNBC said that AOC was not actually filing impeachment charges over opinions, because she couldn't, but due to, quote, conduct around the office, she accused them of not properly disclosing financial benefits and gifts they were given by donors or others. She also claimed that Thomas and Alito refused to recuse themselves from cases where they had a personal bias or prejudice concerning a party when asked to force a justice to recuse himself from a case. Chief Justice Roberts said that absolutely he would not do that and spoke to the independence of justices and the court itself. Clarence Thomas and Alito, they're like the best we have in government right now. And it's not surprising to see with all of the problems we're experiencing, right? We have Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro in jail, Merrick Garland flouting the law, and the DOJ refusing to hold him accountable. And the one thing we have, the one thread we have are these guys at the Supreme Court doing their best and ruling correctly. So, of course, AOC wants to go after them. But like I said, all this is her throwing red meat to her base in her district. It will have no impact on anything.
I think that's part of it. Sorry, I didn't want to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think AOC knows to a certain extent it won't go anywhere. And even if it did go somewhere, what is she hoping will happen? That Biden will get to appoint someone before he's voted out? I mean, realistically, I think Clarence and Alito and Thomas are great, but likely they will retire within the next 4 years. And so there's panic over who's going to replace them. To me, it seems like either she knows it's not going to go anywhere, or she's delusional enough to think that she could somehow get Biden to appoint Supreme Court justices before the year's over, and that's just not going to happen.
See, this is where I'm kind of at an impasse. Rep. Luna introduced her inherent contempt resolution against Garland, and 4 Republicans defected, joining Democrats to stop accountability. And I hate the Republican Party. And so my attitude at this point is kind of like, as predicted, the Republicans won in 2022 and did nothing. They're complaining that they don't have, it's a slim majority. You see what happens when these defectors, they do this thing. Okay, I don't know how you're going to get me to care. And this is the challenge. If Trump wins and Republicans take the Senate and the House, we can expect that if Alito and Thomas resign or retire, and then Trump gets to name their successors, we're going to get some pretty good ones. And that's what's at stake. But boy, are the Republicans in the House trying everything in their power to set the whole thing on fire. Trump came out supporting Luna. Speaker Johnson was like, I don't know about all this. And then 4 defectors shut the whole thing down. I'm at a point where I'm just like, I don't know if I care to support this party at all.
Who defected?
I don't have the list pulled up. We were trying to find the total vote list, but the Independents reported it's 4. We'll get into that story next. To go back to the Supreme Court, though, my point is, this is going to be the most consequential election, not because Donald Trump versus Joe Biden, but because the Supreme Court, these are people who are going to be serving for decades, 40, 50 years maybe, depending on how old they get.
So concerning.
And that's why we need a full sweep across the House, the Senate, and the presidency to make sure. I mean, look, I guess if you somehow win the House and the Senate, but not the presidency, they're not going to get anybody in, or Biden might try to pack the court, or Biden, whoever it is, we don't know. But this is the conundrum, I guess.
This is a preview of what will happen if the Democrats take the House. They will go all in, they will go to war with pretty much every effective Republican. And so AOC is just showing exactly what will happen if the Democrats take charge and take control of the House, or if we only have a thin majority in the House. Democrats will keep up these types of maneuvers. But I also think AOC doing this move this week, it's a diversion tactic because Democrats are having a really, really bad week. So she is trying to show the Democrat base, hey, we still are fighting. Focus on the Supreme Court. Vote for us. We will fight for you. But to your point, Tim, and I'm sure we'll get more into it, like this is why Republican primaries are so important. If you're not happy with the way Republicans are caving right now, you've got to participate in Republican primaries. And when Republicans cross the aisle and they don't do what they campaigned on, you have to primary them. It's unpleasant, but you have to do it. Last time I ran, I took down a 12-year incumbent in a primary, and it was very unpleasant, but it needed to happen.
But a lot of these primaries have already happened.
Yeah.
So I looking at, Brandon Herrera,
Right.
it's disappointing to see that people don't turn out.
It's very disappointing.
And then when it comes to November, you end up with these crackpots who do nothing. Now, again, to be fair, Republicans could do very little here.
Right.
Right. But again, we're going to get into that story in a second as it pertains to what everything we see, be it Democrat or Republican. Right now, it's mostly just red meat. Yeah. It's look at me. I mean, and you know this, everybody knows this. When you see those videos of members of Congress and it's a tight shot and they're yelling like, we got to pass this bill. There's nobody in there.
Chamber's empty.
The whole chamber's empty and they're yelling so they can get the clip on C-SPAN and then spread it around in their
Elected later.
Hey, that's all it is. Fundraise and be like, look at me yelling. It's like nobody was in the room.
Part of the purpose of these people is red meat, or at least like it's to not. You're not supposed to do a lot. They're supposed to like oversee the process while the private sector runs the show, and they're just making sure stuff doesn't go haywire. They want to make sure monopolies don't pop. They're supposed to make sure monopolies don't pop up in the private sector. The president's not really supposed to be making all these direct actions and all these official proclamations and changes. He's supposed to be overseeing things and vetoing the crazy stuff and just making sure stuff is business as usual and then run the military. But instead, we've got these intense like judicial attack mechanisms that have been going off, and then Congress is still gridlocked. It's that's the disturbing part, is that the executive branch is doing too much.
Well, too much, yeah. And unfortunately, Congress has given them that power. I mean, Republicans put forward a lot of different measures that would have restored the power of the legislative branch when it comes to government regulation. Luckily, we had the Chevron ruling that's going to give a lot of power back to the legislative branch away from the administrative state. But you're 100% right. If we don't have Congress that's going to actually show up and fight and follow the Constitution, then the president, the executive branch, is going to be able to take us off the war, levy taxes, and turn the administrative state, the judicial system against the American people.
Is it the Patriot Act, basically, that set that in motion? I don't know when it all began.
In terms of the national security state, for sure, but the Chevron ruling.
That was a while ago.
Yeah.
What was it, like the late 70s or something? Or
Late
70s?
70s,
Yeah, late
yeah.
70s. So that basically said that administrative branches could interpret their own rules. So this allowed for a lot of wacky things, notably the pistol brace ban, where the ATF is like, we've just decided that pistol braces are stock, so we're banning them. You can't have them if it makes your pistol into a short-barreled rifle if it is a stock. And it's like, whoa, you made that up.
Yeah.
You unilaterally decided to make something illegal. You can't do that in this country. That's insane that was ever allowed. Now they really can't. Now the Supreme Court said no. So that's why AOC, of course, look, AOC is an evil person. All right. And I don't use that word lightly, but more and more that word's been popping up, especially in my vocabulary. What is the goal that she is doing? She's never going to succeed in impeaching Alito or Clarence Thomas. There's no real grounds for it. It would never pass the House. It would never get enough votes in the Senate. It's just going nowhere. Plus, there's a different procedure, I think, for impeaching justices than a president. So it's pointless. What she's doing is tricking stupid people into giving her money.
Exactly.
That's what she's doing. And that's what the majority of these members of Congress do.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And I mean, but if the Democrats had the majority, I think they would do everything they could to actually impeach or at least jam them up and destroy their lives and destroy future Republican nominees for those positions. Because that was the whole thing with all the lawfare they've done against President Trump. I think they knew in their heart of hearts that most of it was going to fail, but the process is the punishment. And so they throw it at us, and then we have to use a lot of resources to defend against it. And so at the end of the day, it does become a war of attrition. And the Democrats are not afraid to fight on that front.
Yep. But I don't see this going anywhere. It is funny that she did decide to actually file the impeachment. And
Woman of her word. To
she,
be fair.
you know, there you go. There you go. Of her crazy word that we can all see. But it is wild what I hear in the wilds from regular people about what they think is actually going on. They listen to too much MSNBC and CNN, and they live in this crackpot reality that's just not true.
Yeah, it's disturbing. The Agenda 2025 thing. My mother, Project 2025, and she was like, "Oh, and that Trump 25." And I was like, "Oh, actually, he came out and said he didn't know anything about it and didn't support it." And she was like, "No, they didn't. That's not. Are you? I didn't hear that. I didn't."
You only hear one side of the story.
But this
right?
is this is the crazy thing about the left's position. Tucker Carlson's in Australia. A journalist asks a question, and she says, "You've stated that in Europe and America, white citizens are being replaced by foreigners." And he goes, "Did I say white? I don't believe I said that." And she goes, "Well, you did." And he goes, "No, I didn't. And I challenge you to quote me because I never said that." He said, "There are black families in America that have been there for 400 years. Their interests are just as valid as any white Americans. I've said American citizens are being replaced with immigrants." And she said, "Well, you said this. It's been reported." And it's like, well, hold on. The man is standing in front of you saying, "I disavow that."
Right.
But the
Not even I disavow. I never said it.
Right. It's like I reject that premise. So it's fascinating, especially when Trump comes out and says, "I don't know what Project 2025 is. Some of the things are okay. Some are really bad. I have nothing to do with it. I wish them luck." And then I hear from people, they go, "Well, Trump's lying." You know, wait, why? Who's he lying to? Like, I don't get it. What so he's trying to get elected on something he doesn't actually want. Like I just strange to me.
It's just a game. I mean,
So that would imply that Trump supporters don't support Project 2025. Is that what you're saying? Because if Donald Trump disavows it to earn votes, the implication is his constituents don't want it. No, they want it. They're all lying too. It's like you live in a crackpot reality. The man is telling you what he wants.
yeah.
Yeah.
And in what world would a campaign say that this outside group speaks for me 100%? I mean, no campaign would say that. I wouldn't say that as a candidate, even with groups I'm, generally ideologically aligned with. If they're putting out statements on my behalf or someone says, "Well, this group says this, do you support it?" I would say, "Well, no. I speak for me. If you have a question, why don't you ask me?" But that's why most of the time these attacks, they come not directly to your face because they don't want to give you a chance to respond. All they want to do is smear you with the barrage of like 2025, racist, whatever.
Yeah. I don't know if it's ever me, but I know a lot of people who will be in the public eye and they'll get attacked for something. And in the article, it'll say, they didn't respond to comment or whatever else. And actually, they requested comment 20 minutes before they published the story. So they never even gave you a chance to respond to it. Like, Trump has to go out on his own and be like, "I don't know what this is and I don't want it," because there's no mainstream media trying to talk to him about it. From what I can see a lot of the time. I mean, so much of everything right now is just sort of political theater. AOC is launching this to say to her voters, "Look, I'm doing things that even other Democrats aren't willing to do." I mean, Joe Biden just gave the Medal of Freedom to the NATO Secretary General. This guy is from Norway and he's like, "You're doing a great job with NATO. Here's our top award." It's just to seem like they are able to celebrate things in a way that other people can't, that they're better at this than even their own colleagues. It's kind of gross.
I want to jump to the story from The Independent. Attempt to hold Garland in inherent contempt of Congress fails with 4 Republicans joining Democrats. Democrats criticize stupid resolution from Republican Anna Paulina Luna of Florida. Let me give you the simple version of the story. Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro are in prison. Steve Bannon was instructed to turn over documents. However, he was also instructed by Donald Trump not to, citing executive privilege, putting him in between 2 branches of government. Congress saying we want them, the executive branch saying executive privilege don't. Who does he defy? Eventually, Trump relented and said, "Okay, Bannon, you can hand over the documents and testify." And Bannon said, "Okay." Congress said, "Too late. We're putting you in prison." After Joe Biden was found to have committed crimes pertaining to classified documents in his home and office and other locations, there was with this investigation, it was determined by Robert Hur he would not be prosecuted. He had a conversation with Joe Biden, determined that Biden is a sad old man with a bad memory. So effectively, he is not competent to stand trial, as many people have interpreted it. The Republicans wanted the audio tapes of that interview, of that meeting. So they, for a lot of reasons. One, what's Biden's mental state? Was he able to communicate effectively? And is there anything omitted from the recording? They subpoenaed Merrick Garland saying, "Turn over the tapes." He said no. They said, "You are now in contempt of Congress." He said, "So what?" It was referred to the DOJ for criminal proceedings, and the DOJ said, "Try us. Too bad," and did nothing. So Rep. Luna said, "Then we will use our enforcement authority, which is inherent contempt, to, at first, arrest Merrick Garland. That was shifted to a $10,000 fine per day, $10,000 fine per day. That died in Congress because 4 Republicans defected. I'm a Democrat now. I'm going to vote straight Democrat across the board. Joe Biden's my guy, and I'm voting only
I
Democrat.
can't stand party politics. That's my biggest problem with all of it is
Democrat all the way.
even calling them defectors was like, what are they defecting? I can't stand party politics. Like, vote your heart. But who were
Because
your
they're
conscience,
supposed
said
to
good old
be
Ted Cruz.
we're supposed to get equality under the law. But my view now is there's only one political party that's willing to wield power, and it's the Democrats. So I should just be on their side, right? At least then I can advocate for arresting people, and maybe it'll happen. The other issue is maybe, just maybe, the only reason that the country actually functions in any capacity is because while Democrats are constantly trying to set the curtains on fire, Republicans are slapping their hands away. And the moment the Republicans stop, they'll just torch the whole place to the ground, and maybe then we can rebuild something without them in it.
We need a stronger majority of Republicans that are actually going to stand up so that these 4, 5 who always tend to cross the party lines, that their votes don't matter, that we can cancel them out. Right now, we have a slim majority. So when we try to do bold actions like this, we're going to fail because we just have to realize that some people, they're not going to do what they're supposed to do. They're not going to do what their constituents actually hired them to do. That's a primary issue that should be sorted out in the primary, but we've got to have a stronger control of the House of Representatives so that Speaker Johnson isn't always having to, or whoever is the next speaker, isn't constantly having to play this like, oh, do I have enough votes with a thin majority? We need to have people who are ready to use power effectively to hold people accountable. This isn't partisan politics. I mean, what Merrick Garland has done basically since he's been ahead of the DOJ, the DOJ has been prosecuting Americans outside the boundaries of the law. That's got to be reined in. Republicans should have defunded the DOJ a very long time ago until they stopped going after grandmothers that, were protesting abortion clinics, parents at school board meetings. That should have all been handled a long while ago. But this right here was a great effort by Anna Paulina Luna to actually get some real accountability. So we've got to hold Republicans accountable in primaries, and we've got to get a stronger majority. I understand the frustration. We have every right to be frustrated.
2022.
Yep.
Republicans win and do nothing.
Yeah.
McCarthy plays the same old dirty games. He gets booted out. That's the one good thing I think we got. Burning $1 billion in IOUs was hilarious. But nothing changes. Nothing changes. We are... I'm afraid I have to say it this way. I already saw someone super chat asking, for what reason would anyone obey the law when Democrats do not? Why would anyone else decide to play a game that no one else is playing? So what I see is, with Steve Bannon in prison and the Republicans unwilling to actually uphold the system, what we have seen here today with this ruling, with the vote in Congress, not that it would go anywhere to be, well, it's contempt of Congress, meaning Congress could act unilaterally in this regard. If they voted for it, it doesn't need to go anywhere else. They would hold him in contempt. It be done. What we are seeing here, there's no system. There is no law. There is no legality. It doesn't matter what's on the books. If the Democrats decide to put someone in prison, they do. And the Republicans will block you from getting equality. I don't care what Steve Bannon did. I don't care what Merrick Garland did. I care that I can look at the news and say, there is a logical system in place that I can understand. Right now, I can understand what that logical system is. It is that Democrats will imprison whoever they want, and Republicans will help them. And then Republicans will block you from upholding equality. I'm not asking for retribution. I'm not asking for revenge. I'm asking that we actually see the system function as intended. It does not. They've proven that today. Republicans have just taken a dump all over the floor. And for that, it is going to be really hard for me to cast a ballot for any one of these people. Sorry, hate to say it. Because a lot of people are going to be like, but Tim, if we get the majority and Trump wins Supreme Court and we get justices and retirements, and I'm just kind of like, yeah, I don't care anymore. I literally don't. There is no system. There is nothing that I look to. There's no logic. There's no 1 + 2 = 3. I don't see any of it. I see Democrats bashing the walls, burning everything down, and Republicans holding their hand to my chest and laughing while they do it.
Dude, Jamal Bowman pulled the fire alarm in the congressional building and didn't go to jail.
And they say to me, but Tim, you just got to vote Republican harder. Vote Republican harder, and then maybe we'll do something about it. I'm like, nah.
I'm kind of a glass half full guy. We are making progress. I mean, Ana Paulina Luna is a freshman, and for a freshman to put forward something this bold, a couple Congresses ago, even with a Republican majority, this never would have happened from a freshman. And we're also seeing a lot of progress on things like national defense, the way that the Ukraine aid package went, and just in the course of like 2 years, when the Ukraine issue first flared up, you had the vast majority of the Republican caucus that were all on board, send Ukraine billions of dollars. But within the course of just 2 years, we've moved it so now we have a majority of the majority against more endless wars, against more of that funding. So we are making slow incremental progress. I totally understand the frustration, but we do need people to participate in those primaries, vote Republican up and down. Otherwise, it's going to be more Democrats coming back after us and destroying the country.
That's a great point, because it's a dark, deep, tangled web that we live in, and it's been like this for probably 100 years, probably since the Federal Reserve and the bureaucrats tried to take over the country. So like we're just now seeing it. And for the first time, like the government was in total control, like George Orwell style in the 90s and in 2005. George Bush, freaking Dick Cheney, the amount of power those guys wielded and then signed into law with Patriot Act and stuff. So it is frustrating to like witness that, to see this broken oligarchy. But like you're saying, people are stepping up and people are getting brave and coming together and working. I don't know if working from within the system. We need both. We need from within the system, but we really need a private sector that's willing to say no and be disobedient to a corrupt government and work outside the bounds of that system.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you think
I want to real quick just give a shout out to our good friends John Duarte of California, Dave Joyce of Ohio, Tom McClintock of California, and Mike Turner of Ohio. These men should never see another penny in contributions from anyone. Now, to be fair, these guys in California, they're probably far left as it is, and they don't count as Republicans, so it is a slim majority. As for Dave Joyce and Mike Turner in Ohio, mark my words, I will take every political lever that I have, and I will do everything in my power. I will whisper in every ear I can, do not support these men. And we must do everything in our power to make sure that they are either we're not gonna expel them from Congress. That's not likely to happen. But I will do everything I can to support any and every primary challenge that comes their way. In fact, I may even personally fly down, hold an event, and stand in a soapbox and call them out personally and scream about how these guys are. They don't belong in Congress. They have personally set the matches aflame, struck the match, and thrown them on the floor to say to the American people, there is no law. None. As so long as Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro in prison and Merrick Garland is free, there is nothing. And it's their fault.
And all of them, I just checked their Twitters really quickly, that none of them have put out a statement addressing this. I mean, that's sort of my concern. If you don't like a bill and you're in Congress, okay, but give me an explanation. Right. I mean, I'm not a constituent of any of these four men, but I think that they should have to say, like, look, I voted against this for this reason. This is what the explanation was. Because even if I don't agree with it, that should be the transparency that they have with their voters. And unfortunately, in the internet age, you can get that out immediately. So it does create a pressure where they have to respond sooner rather than later. They can't say, oh, well, you know, business and this, that, and the other. Like, they could have, they probably knew how they were going to vote on this for a long time. They should have had a prepared statement that went out, because I think, you know, again, if you're voting against this, I think I should know why. And that, again, I talk about the Mayorkas impeachment vote frequently when I'm on here, because there were only 3 Republicans who defected and voted against it. But all of them were like, look, I think this is a misinterpretation of the law or whatever. I don't necessarily agree, but at least that they were explaining what their word was and why they were standing by it. I think that's sort of the challenge here, which is like, if you are not going to address it, you're hoping no one knows why you didn't vote against it. We're in the internet era. People are going to be able to find this out, you know, immediately. But I think you're right. It is fascinating that this was a move by a freshman. I think Ana Paulina Luna is really brave, and she's definitely of a class of Republicans that are bold in what they choose to do. And I hope that is a trend among a lot of politicians, both on the state and federal level, because I think it's a new day, and we need to see some more creative actions taken.
Yeah, for sure. We definitely need the bold new leadership. And so, I understand the frustration, but the glass is definitely, I think it's half full. I think we're making progress. To your point, when these people vote and they don't talk about their votes and they don't share their votes and you have to dig it up, that just shows you how little that a lot of these representatives respect their constituents because they know people aren't paying attention. So they think they can get away with a lot of these really bad votes. I'm a really big fan of what Tim Burchett does. Like he basically goes live like right as he's walking off the floor. I frankly don't see why there isn't 435 members of Congress doing that.
Every single one of them do it.
Hey, I'm going to tell you what we just did in here because you're paying my paycheck.
It was the first time I had ever seen Tim Burchett, who we were able to have on last night, was through one of his videos, walking off, being like, "Here's what we voted on, and here's why I did what I did." I mean, for the most part, all of these congressional members have staffers. They know what's coming down the pike. They kind of know what legislation is coming up that day. They're not totally surprised. They should hopefully be able to use the internet, their outlets to give an explanation to their voters. I think that's why it seems like you can't trust politicians even when you supported them, you donate them, you elect them, because it's like once they get there, it all goes behind closed doors and they're kind of moving behind the scenes and you don't know if that person is the same person that you maybe met at a rally or, gave $5 to or whatever it was.
The Supreme Court's got to do, I don't know if they have to, but they write opinions after they do a vote. I would like to see Congress do that, but I'm with you. I think they should do videos because we're in the 21st century.
Walk off the floor and do it.
Use the best technology on earth or become the secondary power on earth. Like if we want to be the strongest authority on earth, we need to use the best technology to do that.
I mean, governors do this too, where they'll release a statement when they're like, okay, I have signed a bunch of bills today. And, sometimes they have lengthy explanations for one bill, why they're supporting it or why they're against it. But sometimes it's just like, here are 5 bills that I signed into law. Here's what it is. I'm against it. I'm for it. You could do quick summaries. This could be the way that the system leverages the opportunities that they have to communicate. Because again, if you live in one of these people's districts, I think you do want to know why Merrick Garland isn't being held accountable when defying a subpoena if other people do have to comply with these congressional subpoenas.
I hear a lot of people say you got to understand optics. Joe Biden's in such disarray. That was Johnson's argument. These tapes would have exposed more of that. So why block it?
It's basically a national security issue at this point. I mean, there's a strong case to be made for the 25th Amendment. I mean, who's answering the phone at 3 a.m. when there's a crisis, anywhere in the world?
Didn't Corinne Jean-Pierre say he has a team?
And the other issue then is people saying, but these guys in California, these guys in Ohio are in, what did someone just say, soft red districts. Democrats don't have a problem with that. And I think Democrats in swing districts will, if Nancy Pelosi or Hakeem Jeffries goes to them and says that they want them to literally just scorched earth, swing district Democrats do it without question. They do it. The Democratic Party is unified even in vulnerable districts, and the Republicans are not. I'm going to need a strong argument because I'm not seeing it. I see an argument for Trump. Trump came out in support of Luna. But for Republicans in Congress, I can only tell you this. We got Riley Moore. I'm excited about Riley. Riley's a good dude. So we're good where we're at. I can't speak for the people of Ohio, but that's the real question, the real answer. The real issue, I suppose, is if you live in those districts, you need to get on the phone and you need to ask them why they betrayed the rule of law in this country. It's not about party. I don't like the Republicans. Ask them why it's okay that Steve Bannon's in prison right now, but Merrick Garland is not, and why they think criminals should be allowed to walk free. And ask them, why do they support Democrat policies which result in criminals being free?
Yeah, I think that's also one of the responsibilities we have as voters, which is to know who our elected representatives are and to be active in pursuing answers from them. I think so often people are like, it happens far away from me. But really, we've talked about this a couple different times on the show, but you send one email and that might actually be the 100th email they've gotten about it. It might really have an effect, or you're pointing out something that they're not aware of, right? If you're in Congress and you think nobody in my district cares about that, then it really matters if someone reaches out to you and says, I care about this issue. This matters to me.
That's a lot of times what they're banking on is that nobody's paying attention. Like my opponent has voted in lockstep with the Biden administration. She comes back to the district and she speaks like a moderate. So we've actually had to start an entire website where we track her votes so people can be aware of how she's voting in lockstep with Biden. It's mariewatch.com or it's on my website, joekentforcongress.com. You can find it there. So we've had to track that because she never talks about it.
Well, and wouldn't it be interesting if that's what the responsibility of the local paper was? And maybe there are some local papers that do that, right? But they had one beat reporter that just tracks how the Congress, like both on the state and federal level, how those people vote and what it is. It's just like one line summaries. They voted yes on this. They voted no on this.
Yeah.
You know, there might be things that you have to look up for a more intense explanation, but somebody should keep a record of how people who represent you are. And I think that is sort of, you're right, what people are hoping, that they can not talk about what they voted no on and just talk about what they're working on. I mean, I get that there is a lot going on in Congress, and I understand that maybe not every voter is going to be super informed on every issue. On the other hand, you should have an explanation ready when someone says, why did you vote against this?
What are the rules on spending money on billboards and stuff? Like, do you know, like if I wanted to say spend like $100,000 putting billboards in their districts in Ohio saying that they have sold out their country and betrayed the American people, is there a restriction on that, or aren't you allowed to do it, right?
If you start a super PAC, you can spend an unlimited amount of money.
But even like me as an individual, can I just?
Yeah, you can do it. Yeah.
Just as an individual.
The only red line is if you're coordinating with somebody like a primary challenger. If you're coordinating with their campaign, you can't do that. There's a limit on money for you to do that. But if you do it independently as a private citizen, it's on you.
Do targeted ads on by location.
On YouTube requires you to do this like weird verification thing to be able.
Facebook.
I think billboards would be more effective. No, all of it. Doing election ads on social media is very difficult.
It's very challenging.
So like even when I tried running ads on YouTube, the mere mention, the word Trump flags you as a political ad. Like you could say like, well, you know, pizza Trump's whatever, and like using the word Trump as literally Trump, and it's just like, nope, that's political. You said Trump. It's an election year, whatever.
Yeah.
So. But I'm kind of feeling like maybe we should put together some kind of ads and launch it in their district. I don't know. It's a question. You know what I think? I think I want to do it, and I don't know if it matters all that much. Maybe I'll just do it in the next couple of weeks. I'll call my broker for billboard ads, and because I don't really care how this will impact. I don't think it will impact anything related to the upcoming election, and the primaries are over. So I more so just want to insult them because they are bad people.
That you can do.
Yeah.
The problem with getting a guy out of office is any press is good press for the most part. So an ad that says he's a horrible guy, don't vote for him, is just giving that guy free media attention, is making him famous.
Yes and no.
Unless you have a candidate that you can run against him that you want to promote, but that's then becomes you need a PAC.
Yes and no. For celebrities, there's no such thing as bad press. For politicians, bad press is just has to be done in a certain way, right? So you could praise him for refusing to uphold the law. You could say, you know what, sarcastically, it's a good thing that he voted to allow criminals to walk free. And then people are going to say, what does that mean? And make them ask the question, and then make him say whatever he wants to say to counter it. But these are bad people. I'm so sick of these people in Congress. There's only a small handful of good people, And they've come on this show, and they talk to us about it. But these other scumbag rhino establishment shills will sell this country down the river and then buy the stock on China so they can profit as it's happening.
Yep, gone on for too long. But I do think when you get the right candidate and the right messaging, people are starting to wake up. People are getting more engaged. I mean, that's how you get Anna Paulina Luna. That's how you get Matt Gaetz and a lot of good guys in the Freedom Caucus, Tim Burchett. So we're slowly making progress. We just need people to stay engaged.
And sometimes bad people do good things. Good people do bad things. Like I wonder about the founding fathers, and I've just got such like an idealized version of them in my mind. I think they're all like great men, just paragons of virtue. And Ben Franklin's like an alcoholic philanderer, had sex with women and kids out of wedlock. God knows the horrible things he said to people and did to people behind curtains. But because of what he did for society, he's lauded as a hero. And I think we're just seeing a lot of the maybe good people doing evil, doing bad, or sometimes their horrible behavior is getting propagated. Like Trump, people went after him for his behavior because he said Rosie O'Donnell was a fat pig. But the things he was doing was like keeping us out of wars in the Middle East for the most part. He was trying to end the wars in the Middle East. So that like history would look at that as a good president trying to end the wars, get America out of the war, if that the
I
wars
think
are
it
deemed
is
unjust.
a spin issue. I mean, this is when Jim Inhofe, the senator from Oklahoma, died. The Washington Post ran this thing that was like, this anti-climate whatever. And actually, he has a really long history. He served in the Senate for an incredibly long time. I don't need you to love everything he did, but like, if you make everything about your own personal vendetta against people, you're actually completely slanted in your presentation of history.
Let's jump to this next story from the New York Post. Ladies and gentlemen, The House has passed the bill to require proof of citizenship when registering to vote, and 198 Democrats tried to block it. Yeah, interestingly. The House approved a measure Wednesday to require proof of U.S. citizenship when registering to vote, a measure strongly opposed by top Democrats. A majority of 216 Republicans and 5 Democrats voted to pass the Safeguard America Voter Eligibility Act, with swing district reps Henry Cuellar of Texas, Vicente Gonzalez, Jared Golden, Don Davis, and Marie Gluesenkamp Perez among those crossing party lines. Now, for those that are watching live, I will say I stand corrected when I said Democrats march in lockstep with their party. In this instance, swing Democrats actually did defect, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway because Republicans were definitely going to pass this. And also, it wouldn't matter anyway because it will die in the Senate, or actually, it'll never make it to the Senate, and Biden would veto it anyway.
With those 5 that crossed party lines, just before that, those 5 voted with all the Democrats to keep that bill off the floor. So my opponent's one of those 5, but when the bill came up for the procedural vote to put it on the floor, every single Democrat, including those 5, voted against it. And then once it was going to be on the floor, leadership approved the 5 swing districts who are vulnerable right now. I'm up in the polls. Let them vote with the Republicans because, like you said, it's going to die in the Senate.
Yep.
And that way they can go home and say, look at the things that I do.
He's lying about me. I don't want illegal immigrants to vote in our elections.
It's interesting because it would be nice to see authenticity on this issue because I think it does affect all Americans. I mean, we talk about illegal immigration in terms of crime. It affects every American in terms of the crime. You talked about the drug trafficking across the border, the effect it has on the area you live in. There have been reports that, African American voters are saying, hey, this is actually disproportionately affecting me because you're making it so I'm having a harder time with employment. There are challenges that I'm facing because of this. I mean, I think people have a more nuanced understanding of the complexity of allowing illegal immigration to flood across the border. And so it would actually behoove a lot of Democrats to say, hey, we take the verification of who is participating in the election seriously because we know it really could affect you and affect your life. I don't think that has to be like some sort of weird race issue. I mean, even the White House, when they condemned this act, were saying one of their complaints was it'll make it harder for Americans to vote, as if Americans can't produce some sort of ID or verification that they are citizens. I mean, it's just so ridiculous that it's obvious why they want this bill to go through.
But when you are registering to vote, typically, most people through the DMV, you have brought your piece of mail, your birth certificate, and your social security card and your credit cards with you to get your ID in the first place. The idea that you could not produce any of that to register to vote, but you have to get an ID. It's just bonkers.
It doesn't make any sense. That's how threadbare the defense against it from the White House was. And again, it stands to reason that there are Democrats who, I think you're right. They probably all were like, well, I really need to vote for this because of my constituents. But hopefully there are at least some of them that can see the logical thread of like, no, it's worth verifying who is voting in the elections. Asking for proof of citizenship isn't a racist act. It's just, hey, you should be a citizen here to vote in the country. That's who gets to vote here.
Yeah. Like 2 years ago when we said that Biden opened up the border to flood the country to skew the census numbers so that they could get more allocation of U.S. House of Representative seats, they could get more electoral college votes, they could eventually get these people to vote. They said that we were conspiracy theorists, we were racist, we were horrible. This is the second vote where they've proven exactly what their intent is. A month ago, the Republicans put forward a bill that said only American citizens would be counted in the census and only American citizens would be counted when it comes time to allocate U.S. House of Representative seats, electoral college votes. All the Democrats voted against that. So this is now the second time the Democrats have said they basically want illegal immigrants and non-American citizens voting in our elections, completely and totally disrespecting American citizens and our ability to choose our own government.
I've been thinking about it a little bit because the White House had said at one point when they condemned this act, they were saying, oh, well, it's already illegal for illegal immigrants to vote in our elections. But then we talk about the HAVV, the voter verification system, and how many people come up as a non-match. And it makes me think like, okay, well, if you believe the laws are reinforced, this shouldn't offend you. And then also you should think it's good because someone who doesn't speak our language, who's trying to get a driver's license or whatever, may not understand that they are being registered to vote. And then you're setting them up for failure. I mean, it's so illogical that they would be opposed to this unless they're just going to be direct about what they want.
Well, my response when they said it's already illegal for them for non-citizens to vote, why make the law? And I said, you're right. Murder is already illegal too. Why ban guns?
Right, exactly. Why talk about it?
Great. There we go. So so you repealed the NFA. and then we won't worry about this one, I guess. I don't know.
Do you think it's good that they brought this to the floor anyways, even though it'll die in the Senate? You think yes?
Yeah, it's very good. It's very good to show exactly what would happen if the Democrats get control of the U.S. House, if they continue to have control of the Senate, and if they get control of the executive branch, and to put them on record. They're on record right here, and I really encourage people to look at the procedural vote, because procedure really dictates and a lot of times trumps policy. If you can control procedure, you can control policy. And every time the Democrats put forward pieces of legislation, they vote in lockstep on the procedural vote. And anytime they go to block anything the Republicans are doing, like closing down the border, stopping inflation, preventing illegals from voting, the Democrats will vote in lockstep to attempt to kill it before it goes on the floor.
Yeah, I think it's good too.
And the reason procedure is more valuable is because deciding what gets seen,
Yes.
kind of, because people are going to vote yes on whatever they see, if they're going to vote yes at all. So, so they'll get lockstep on the procedure to try and make sure things don't come to the floor. But then if they do, they're like, well, we can send like 9 of our guys to vote yes on that because we can afford it.
So it's a pretty big deal when you vote against the rule vote that your own party puts forward, and you never see Democrats do that. Democrats will always vote in lockstep. If Republicans go to put a bill forward and the House leadership, the minority leadership in this case, says don't vote for that, all the Democrats won't vote for it. Same thing when they have the majority. I mean, Pelosi had an iron fist. She made sure everybody was voting for all her rules. You don't see that as much on the Republican side. There's a lot of Republicans, the Freedom Caucus types, a lot of types that you guys have on this show. They will vote against the procedural vote to jam it up if they don't agree with the bill. They won't vote straight party line. They will vote with their conscience and with their district.
You know what? I just saw this really great super chat from Gary Marks. He says, you can't even buy Sudafed cold medicine without ID. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Combine that statement with the Democrats' arguments against voter ID, which is...
Well, you can't expect people to have IDs and know where
Which
to
people?
get them. Just whichever. We can't say.
No, what's the Democrat argument?
Disenfranchised, poor
minorities.
people,
The
minorities.
Democrat argument is that predominantly Latino and Black people don't know how to get IDs.
How can they get Sudafed?
So then think about these cities that have banned the sale of Sudafed without ID and what they're trying to say. Democrats, what are you implying about the minority community when you require them to have IDs to buy cold medicine?
Yeah.
They're making a very, very interesting statement by doing that.
Yeah.
I mean,
You can't apply logic to it. It's right up in your face. They basically want illegals to vote. Anytime you make a logical argument, they're like, yes, but the border's open and we're trying to flood the zone.
Yes, but this is how we'll be voting on this issue. Stop talking about it.
Exactly.
Because I think that's the other part. There's a lot of we don't want to continue to have these conversations. And I think even 4 years ago, you could have been like, they would have thrown out racism, right? They would have been like, you're a racist if you vote for this. This is able. And there wasn't that kind of complaint right now. It was like, this is ridiculous. Even I saw a couple quotes in the Independent article we had up earlier. The minority leader for when she was asked about Anna Paulina Luna's bill was like, it's just a waste of time. There becomes there's a shift in narrative being like, well, it's ridiculous. The White House saying, oh, the SAVE Act isn't necessary. It's going from, and they don't do this on everything, but on some of these issues, it's less about attacking you to make you feel bad and feel scared to vote for it. It's more about like, well, actually, you guys are just wasting time. This is ridiculous. Again, I think it's to kind of distance themselves from the conversation entirely.
And to just be dismissive of it, be like, oh no, this isn't a real thing. That's not really happening. And it's like, well, then why'd you guys open the border up?
Yeah. Are there any other issues? I liked what you said before that like now we have on record who is voting on this and how they voted. And to your point, the procedural vote might be more indicative than the actual vote. Are there any other issues like this that you would like to see brought before Congress to see how representatives shake out before the election?
I think that we should continue to vote on H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act. I think that should be brought up pretty much every week and put people on record, because the Democrats right now are in full retreat mode from the Biden agenda. After the debate, the Democrats were all like, oh, they're distancing themselves from Biden after voting in lockstep with the Biden agenda. So it's kind of like, what's the deal, guys? Were you following Biden, or did you know that he was mentally declined, and what's your excuse for following him? But I would like to see H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act, put forward basically every single week to put people on record. Like, we have an invasion on our southern border. What is your excuse for not addressing that? People are dying in my district and throughout the country from fentanyl. What is the excuse for taking no action? And I think they should tie it to funding. I think that's worth shutting the government down over, saying, hey, we're not going to fund this government one penny until the executive branch actually secures the border. If you need extra tools, here's H.R. 2. It's sitting on Schumer's desk. Sign it tomorrow.
Yeah.
You're saying your district in Washington, you guys, is it coming across the Canadian border?
Some is coming across the Canadian border as far as illegal immigration goes. I don't think we've seen an uptick from like the fentanyl and narcotics trafficking. That's all coming from south of the border, the San Diego area. But basically, the I-5 corridor is the fentanyl expressway because Washington, Oregon, and California all have very, very lax drug control measures. They're all sanctuary states as well. So the amount of illegal activity that takes place on that corridor, in particular the trafficking of fentanyl, it's just off the charts. We've seen a skyrocketing numbers of people dying from fentanyl overdoses in our district. I've done ride-alongs of all our different county law enforcement, talked with the DEA task force, and they say all of it's coming right from across the southern border.
When you say secure the border, are you concerned about the Canadian border?
No, I am for sure because of the CBP One app, basically the ability to fly into the U.S. directly or fly into Canada and then cross the Canadian border. A lot of people from China, from Southwest Asia, are coming to Canada, to Vancouver in Canada, and then coming across the border that way because they can basically book their travel through the CBP One app to get access to the country and declare asylum. That's another big thing that HR2 closed. It closed the asylum loophole because basically under Trump, you had to either remain in Mexico or go to the first safe third country. You couldn't come directly to America. Biden got rid of that. That's why if you look at the footage from the border, I've been down there twice, the people that are coming into the country illegally, they're not running away from the Border Patrol. They're running to the Border Patrol so that they can claim asylum right away. That automatically then gives them a legal status inside the U.S. That's why you hear AOC say, well, it's not illegal to declare asylum because we're basically granting these people a legal status almost immediately.
It's like subsidized
It is.
immigration in some way because
100%.
you say asylum and they're like, okay, well, now you can stay.
And it's going to make it harder to deport them.
Is it like a random guy with no ID comes across the border, a 27-year-old guy, speaks Spanish, you don't know who he is, where he's from, and he's like, I'm running away from the Venezuelan corruption, and you're like, okay, welcome to the United States.
They know exactly what to say.
And here's a work
they've been
permit
coached.
and a social security number.
Yeah. And a lot of them will ditch their IDs. When I was down there in San Diego, we did a whole video on it on my social media. There is just a massive amount of ID cards from all over the world that are getting thrown right on the Mexican side of the border or right on the U.S. side of the border. So these guys will come, they'll ditch their documents, they'll claim asylum and say, hey, I'm being persecuted in my home country because of my political affiliation, my sexual orientation, my race. They know all those buzzwords to say, and that gives them a parole status in the country. But if without documentation, without an actual ID card of knowing who they are, it makes it even harder to vet them. But they've already been given a legal status into the United States.
Like they could have a fake name.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, the Mexican government is issuing temporary IDs to Chinese nationals. So we found a lot of Mexican ID cards down there at the border that actually have, you can tell. You can look at the picture and you can look at the name. It's a Chinese person, but they've been given that ID card to give them a temporary status in Mexico as long as they're transiting through Mexico across the border.
The Chinese or the Mexicans are doing that?
The Mexican government is giving these ID cards, these temporary IDs to Chinese citizens. I think they pay a couple $100 for it. And as long as they have a limited amount of time they stay in Mexico and they're transiting through to come to the U.S., that gives them a legal status inside Mexico. Right? Those ID cards are useless to them once they get to America, so they ditch them. There's guys down there who are ranchers along the border that have entire walls full of these ID cards.
It's wild how abused the system is, in large part because people know they can cross into America, and especially under Joe Biden, they know that the way he's positioned himself and the way his government works, they're going to allow you to stay because once you declare asylum, and they're like, great, we're going to vet you, here's some paperwork, come back later. And maybe some people come back for their appointments or for their hearings and stuff, but like probably not. And so you have people who have this claim to asylum but are not actually not completing the asylum process, or the asylum dates are years and years out, and it just becomes this terrible system. And then you'll get, Democrats especially being like, well, we need better cameras and more judges, and really we just need to stop incentivizing people to illegally enter the country.
Yeah, none of the Democrat proposals have fixed the asylum loophole. Only HR2 fixes the asylum loophole, and that's something we've got to get our hands around. Otherwise, we're going to continue to have the invasion.
Let's jump to the story from the Washington Post. The opinion of Democratic Senator Peter Welch: Biden should withdraw for the good of the country. The stakes this November could not be higher. He says, I have great respect for President Biden. He saved our country from a tyrant. He's a man of uncommon decency. He cares deeply about our democracy. He has been one of the best presidents of our time. But I, like folks across the country, am worried about November's election. The stakes could not be higher. We cannot unsee President Biden's disastrous debate performance. We cannot ignore or dismiss the valid questions raised since that night. Blah, blah, blah. He basically goes on to say, for the good of the party, you get the idea. I want to stress this as we enter this segment. In 2020, March of 2020, The Atlantic published "Stay Alive, Joe Biden." Democrats need little more than your corporeal presence. Little more from you than your corporeal presence. There were questions about whether Biden was too old and whether he was dying, whether the plates in his brain would negatively impact his ability to do the job. And that conversation was 4 years ago. We have since then seen so many videos. Trinidad Shabbat of pressure. Batacaf care, next Nalrescent, whatever it is, he's muttered. So we know, those of us that have paid attention. So has Peter Welch. Peter Welch knows this. There is not a reality in which a senator who is more embroiled in politics than we is not aware of these videos and what is afflicting the Democratic Party, because it affects everybody down ballot. For him to come out now and say, we are shocked to have seen this, he's spitting in your face and he's laughing at you as he does. Democrats right now that are acting like they did not know, they are lying to you because they are evil.
Especially Senate Democrats who worked with Joe Biden for years and years and years, right? So there are people who were elected around the same time as him who are still in office who are saying, like, everything's fine. I don't see a problem. That cannot be true, right? If I worked here, I work here every day. And if I stopped being able to speak correctly, not that I'm super articulate as it is right now, everyone in this room would notice. I mean, it's just not possible that his colleagues in the Senate are not aware of what's going on, especially because he's such a public figure.
There's that phenomenon where if you hang out with somebody every day and they're getting fatter and fatter, you don't notice it. Whereas people that haven't seen them in a long time are like, whoa, you've gained 15 pounds of fat in your face. So that might have been happening with Biden, but that just indicates that they're stupid and they're not perceptive.
Right. And they worked with him intensely for years in the Senate. Then he became the VP. Yeah. Then he took some time off. He still hangs around Washington and they're still seeing him. I mean, to your point, yes, maybe if every single day you see someone, you don't notice all of the changes, but they are familiar with him. They knew him at his prime, so to speak, and they have still been exposed to him. You can't tell me they don't see any change at all. That's just lying. I think Peter Welch is interesting because he's the first senator to come out and say, you should step down, because it's like 9 members of the House who have said something to that effect at this point. But I don't know how you feel about this. I really don't think Biden is going to step down. I think he's going to continue with both the current presidency and his efforts for re-election.
I think we can't let it matter whether Biden stays or not, because these Biden policies are destroying the country. So we can't let the Democrats do a bait and switch right now. Like, look, if the country was on a good track, or even just like, I don't know, it's kind of a toss up, the Democrats wouldn't even be talking about switching out their guy no matter what he said on the debate stage. They would actually have something to run on. The Democrats have nothing to run on right now. They're not going to talk about the border because they're destroying our country through illegal immigration and through fentanyl. They're not going to talk about the economy. Americans are getting destroyed right now by Bidenomics and by this economy. And the list goes on. We're on the cusp of World War III. The Democrats won't run on any of this. All they're trying to do is fearmonger about Trump, about Project 2025. And they're going to try and use this Biden bait and switch to give them a pass for voting for all these Biden policies. They all need to be held accountable. I mean, my opponent, Peter Welch, all these guys. Okay, if you guys knew or you think that Biden is declining, why were you voting for his policies? Oh, and better question is, who's creating these policies? Because it's evident after watching that debate performance, it's not Joe Biden creating these policies. So who is it? That's what Congress should be trying to get to the bottom of right now. Who is making the key decisions in the Oval Office during the Afghanistan withdrawal, during the Ukraine crisis? Who just authorized American missiles to be shot from Ukraine into Russia, putting us closer to World War III than we've been since the Cuban Missile Crisis? Because it's clear it wasn't the guy that was on that debate stage, and he's the person that ostensibly the American people elected to be the commander in chief. So we can't let the Democrats skate with this theater. I don't think it matters who they put forward. We got to hold them accountable for the damage they've done to the country.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that they're, Tim Burchett, who we had on last night, was saying we just can't get complacent, because it's not just about the presidency. It's about the down ticket races and having a Senate, House, and also, I would argue, state level offices that are willing to. They want to pursue policies that are really for the American people. And I think some of the downside of constantly being in a news cycle that's like, what's going on with Biden? Is he dropping out? Is that there are lots of things happening that we are not paying attention to. That being said, it is fascinating to see how many people are starting to feel comfortable enough to say, like, oh, no, he's not the same. I mean, George Clooney just penned an op-ed where he was like, the man who was at the fundraiser I was at 3 weeks ago was not the same one as 2020. Sir, why did you not say something 3 weeks ago?
Right, exactly.
Where have you been this whole time, except for the fact that you obviously have some side of clout as a Democratic fundraiser?
Yeah, I think that not getting complacent is key, because Republicans, we did this in 2022. We said, oh, it's going to be a big red wave. Things are trending so badly in the country. People make a different decision. Look, the Democrats know how to do very, very tricky things when it comes to getting enough ballots across the finish line. That doesn't mean they won the argument politically. That means execution-wise, their machinery was able to get ballots across the finish line to get them to the top of the ticket. And so I fear they're doing that right now behind the scenes. We know they already are, and Republicans are going to get complacent and think, well, this is in the bag. There's no way that Trump and the Republicans lose. So stay focused.
I got bad news for everybody. David Joyce is in a safe Republican district. He had no reason to block the subpoena of Merrick Garland. In the past 2 elections, it's been 2-1, Republican and Democrat in his district. He is in a safe Republican district, so he just sold out for no reason. He just burned it all down for no reason.
That's why I think you should have a statement ready to go. If you're going to vote against something like this, you should be like, here is my reasoning. I may not agree with it, but you should be prepared to publicly say, this is the decision I made, before someone has to say, send a reporter or someone in your office to say, why did you vote that way? Again, maybe there's a statement out I haven't seen. I checked everyone's X account. Maybe they have something on their website, but typically X is the fastest way to get statements out, and
Yeah.
I didn't see anything.
Force them to read the bill. Because if you can't make a statement, I mean, it'd be challenging to make a statement on something you didn't read. That's like me in college in lit class. I somehow got through the class, but I didn't run for office.
I mean, they should read the bills they're voting on. But in this case, if you know the gist of the bill and you're like, well, I'm voting against it. I don't want to hold Merrick Garland responsible for anything. Then
Same deal for Turner. Turner won the 2022 midterms 61-38. Same margin as Joyce. These guys are in safe districts. They just burnt it down because they hate you, because they are scumbags. Pieces of trash.
I want to know the rest of their voting record too. I mean, I don't know anything about them, so it's hard to say like what else or why they would be appealing. But again, like if this is the only way I'm learning about you on sort of a national stage, I really wish that you had posted a statement, because I think we should know.
Is it like a
standard procedure?
Is it a single bill, like a single topic bill?
It was a resolution.
Just one.
This
Old
one
Mer- and it was unilateral authority of Congress, meaning it didn't have to go to the Senate or anything. Yeah. It was literally just, he has defied Congress. Congress will now fine him money until he complies. And it was for information that could potentially be damaging to Joe Biden, which everyone seems to want. This makes literally no sense. These guys, I'm willing to bet, sabotaged this because Johnson was like, don't let it pass.
Did Johnson vote against it too?
He was against it from the get-go and was like, look, I'll vote on it if it comes up, but I don't know why we're even doing it. Like, Biden's doing bad enough by himself. And the sentiment was typically reported as that if Biden's in this scandal already, we don't need to make Garland the boogeyman. And if Republicans want to go to Congress and play politics instead of upholding the law, it's exactly why they suck and why everybody it's why people don't like them.
Yeah, it sounds like they got some bureaucrats that are in safe districts assuming they're going to get reelected because their constituents are heavily in the...
Because if they did it in a soft red, then the populist base would say, later, we're not voting for you, and then the Democrat would win. But you get a couple guys in safe red, they can betray the voter base, they can betray the rule of law in this country, and they'll probably end up winning anyway.
That's sort of because the bureaucracy is tangled with these dudes financially, and they don't want to disrupt the power structure yet. They're waiting till like they can do like a swap, like an Indiana Jones style. They need the idol before they can take the sack of gold, or they need this bag of sand. So like they're like, no, it'll destabilize things too much if we put this through. If we lose our Merrick Garland goes to jail, that's unprecedented. We can't allow that kind of disruption.
Mike Johnson went into the what did he go? He went to the SCIF, or what did he go with the deep state? He got the briefing, and he comes out and he's like, I used to agree with my colleagues on the issues and the excesses of the FBI, but, once they brought me in the back room, I kind of understood where they were coming from, and now I'm on their side. And it's like, what did they smack you up with a sock full of oranges or something?
That was confusing to me. Massey said he was in the SCIF with them, and Johnson basically lied. That whole story was a make-up lie. I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you think Johnson will get reelected as Speaker?
I don't know.
Do you have an opinion?
It's hard to say.
I know you're not there day to day.
If you look at how challenging it was for McCarthy to get elected, 20 plus votes or so. I think it's going to be a fight because, look, I mean, I know some Republicans don't like this, but Republicans aren't afraid to have their own internal wars out in public and say, hey, I don't support leadership. I'm going to go against this. That can be frustrating to some people sometimes. I think it's a good thing because we're actually saying, hey, we are elected to represent people back in our districts, and we're going to be accountable to them regardless of what our party says. So I think it's key that we take a strong majority, and we have a good strong majority of people that are on the new right, populist right, whatever you want to call it, that are actually going to wield power properly and stand up to whether it's Merrick Garland or standing up to the guys in the SCIF. I mean, I worked in SCIF for most of my military career and some time in the CIA, and it's like the people that they send to the Hill to give briefings, they're not just analysts that are giving briefings. Those guys are ops officers. They're trained at handling people. They're trained at pushing an agenda, and they have an agenda that they're pushing. And we need to understand that going into it. And Congress's entire job is to hold them accountable. Otherwise, no one else will. And so I that's very dangerous when you have people that are just going to listen to whatever is put out in the SCIF.
Yeah, I'm a bit demoralized after this. I'm not sure how I feel or what's going to get me over that hill again. But if two deep red Republicans are going to take a dump on the floor of the House, it's going to take a lot to get me back on track to actually want to vote for any of these guys. Look, like I said, what am I going to do? We got Riley Moore and we got Trump. Those are our options here. The Senate race, I don't know if I care about West Virginia Senate race. I'm probably going to abstain. I don't give a crap. But of course I'm voting for Riley Moore. In fact, I don't even need to. He won. You know, he won the primaries in deep red, and I'm hoping he can do some good. But in terms of the sentiment, wow. The party is weak, ineffective, spineless, jellyfish losers. They are out of touch with the country. They don't know how to lead effectively. The leadership is a bunch of crackpot tyrannical morons like McCarthy, and now Johnson's taking a dump all over the floor. These people are trash. So I'm just like, I mean, look, I know Riley, so I know at least we're good here, but that's not confidence building for what anyone else is supposed to think. It's a tee-up. It's Congress's authority to do this. It is equality under the law. And they said no. So I'm over it.
I guess I can see why it's discouraging, but I feel like it makes me want to be more careful and pay more attention to who I'm voting for. Because I think, again, you have to really know who you're sending. And especially if, I don't know anything about these Republicans, so it's hard for me to comment on their career or their record or anything like that. But hypothetically, if you have a Republican or Democrat who's in a district that knows they're going to get reelected, they've been in office forever, it would be easy for the voters and for the candidate to become complacent, to take that for granted, and it would mean that you have to stay more on top of what they're doing. I think so often we get sort of we're so angry with the federal government, and then we should be, but we have the option to try and change it. It's so easy to be like, well, I forgot you guys, I'm not going to do anything, but then it continues on. Like, you have to sort of be active to be a part of it.
We have to make sure that these guys in Ohio, and the guys in California too, I guess, but it's California, so what can you expect from California? But Ohio, safe red districts, they need to pay a very serious political price. What they have done is one of the most infuriating things, one of the most egregious violations that that I've seen in a long time. I've seen a lot of stuff. Adam Schiff, what a scumbag. But these guys, you know, there's a reason why the lowest level of hell is reserved for traitors and the disloyal. Because Adam Schiff's a scumbag, but he tells you, you know.
You know where he stands.
Right. As long as you do your research, you watch the news, you know the man is evil and he's lying to you. But these guys are supposed to represent the rule of law and the opportunity for us to vote in a new group of representatives who are going to actually uphold the law. And like I said, you want to argue Bannon should be in prison? Fine. That means Merrick Garland should be as well. But they do not uphold the rule of law. So whatever that political price must be, I am sick of the political gamesmanship. Yeah. Whatever the argument is where, you know, you mentioned in the SAVE Act, these Democrats try to block the SAVE Act, but as soon as it hits the floor, they get permission to vote in favor of it so they can go back to their districts. This must stop. Yeah. The lies, the manipulation. So whatever the deal was, Johnson going to these guys and saying, just vote to block it. It'll die, and you're going to face no consequences. You will face consequences. We are going to make you pay a political price. I am going to put up billboards in these districts, and I'm thinking maybe it just says, you know, they're corrupt. That's it. That's all it says. They support corruption. corrupt individuals. I'll see how much money I can sink into this, and maybe other people will as well. Maybe I make some phone calls and ask some people if they agree. We should just put up and just call them corrupt. They're not going to lose their elections, but maybe the guy selling hot dogs on the street corner will tell them to F off and won't sell them a hot dog.
Or say that they don't want people to have IDs in order to vote. In Ohio, that will swing
wasn't the
hard. Oh.
This was not holding Garland in
God.
contempt for defying congressional authority.
Maybe they should just come on Culture War and explain themselves. I mean, I think that's one of the interesting things about this platform is that you could talk to them directly about it in a way that a lot of people who are as frustrated as you are would want to hear.
They're not going to do that.
I mean,
these guys don't
we
even
know
post on
until
X.
we ask. But we don't know until we ask.
Sure.
What if they do? A lot of people. I mean,
They don't even post on X.
They're active on X. They just haven't really stayed on
Not in months.
No,
I looked up their accounts.
looked
They barely ever post.
Their rep accounts are active. They're both promoting bills.
Right, where they have a
they've been voting
staffer
on
doing it
today.
for them.
Call a staffner, book them in, have them come sit in. I mean, that's what's interesting, right? Like, we are in a position where, and we being people who are on the internet, who are interested in the internet, they're able to sort of find information in ways that traditionally you had to just go through the press secretary. You had to wait and to see if Fox News had them on. And for a lot of congressmen, you know, I hate to say it, but they're just not high enough profile to necessarily get an automatic call from a major outlet. But this is a different era. You have a lot of journalists that would take interviews with people about issues like this when maybe they wouldn't in the past.
I do think you got to take a look at how your representatives vote. You have to actually do the hard work of digging through the congressional record, which is challenging. I mean, even if you follow it every day, it's hard to find who voted on what. The resolutions are a little bit more clear cut. You got to look at who's funding them. That's another big thing too. Mm-hmm. It's publicly available, but you have to dig for it as well. How their individual accounts, their individual re-election or election campaigns are funded, the PACs that support them, because that's going to tell you a lot about how they're going to vote or how they do vote. I also think it says a lot when these people are very, very buttoned up and they only speak through press releases, or they'll only go on Fox or CNN for a canned 30-second hit where they know automatically what the questions are going to be. The people that won't do in-person town halls where they answer any question from anybody, like my opponent, when she does a town hall in the district, you have to submit the question to the staffer ahead of time. It's pre-screened, and she communicates through press releases. And the candidates and the politicians who won't come on podcasts. There's so many podcasts out there right now. It doesn't even have to be a big one. I try to not say no to a podcast because there's so much sound bitiness out there. When you get a chance to actually explain things and just have discussions with people, I think if you're asking to represent the district, or even bigger than that, a state or the rest of the country, you should be open to long form discussions to show people exactly who you are and how you think.
I think people are scared of long form discussions.
Oh, they are.
Like, don't
for
think
sure.
that they can handle it. And I mean, you should talk about this because you have really been active online, but I think it's not as intimidating a platform once you kind of get into it, unless I guess you're really trying to hide something.
If you're confident in what you believe in, then it's good. I view it as a good thing. A lot of political consultants will say you should never go on a podcast right now. And I'm sure a lot of political consultants in DC would point out like 10 things I've probably done wrong tonight. But I think that's an old arcane way of thinking. I think the younger voter base, and then just the way that the country's consuming media now, they want to see that. I think there's a reason why Tim's done so well, why Joe Rogan has done so well. I think we're social creatures, and I think people are really craving the interaction that you get from podcasts, where you can actually get to know somebody and how they think and where they stand. Mm-hmm. And so I think people who avoid those platforms, I feel like that silence is becoming more and more deafening.
Yeah.
It indicates that they're afraid,
Yeah.
in that either they have secrets and they don't want them to slip out,
Yeah.
or that they've done, and I guess they've done some horrible things, and maybe those would be secrets that they want to keep.
Yeah.
But when you're free and open, man, it's the easiest thing in the world is to sit and talk to people.
Yeah, for sure.
That's from my experience anyway.
And it's interesting because you could be selective about it too. Like you could still want the Fox interview, the 5 minutes on whoever show, but there are lots of local podcasts. Like I'm sure in whatever state any politician is in, there is someone who has a local podcast that is specifically interested in the political happenings of their state.
Yeah.
And potentially, like, your congressman coming on that podcast would really assist them and also give you access more directly to your constituents in a way that being on Fox News doesn't really. There's sort of another step in between national TV and local TV now, because you have these internet-based platforms that can be either national or local.
International. It's
Yeah.
global. This technology, like, if you're a musical artist, you put your stuff on the internet, the entire world sees it.
Yeah.
Like, you're a politician, the entire world knows who you are now.
I get a lot of young people now at my events that will come up and they've just got their phone and they're like, "Hey, I have a podcast. It has 50 followers or whatever." And I try not to say no because I appreciate the opportunity to reach people that I normally wouldn't reach otherwise. And I think it's awesome. So I don't say no to most podcasts.
Let's jump to this story from the Post Millennial. Pew poll finds young Americans are flocking to the Republican Party. 47% of respondents to the poll, Newsweek reports, were either Republican or leaned in that direction. And that's the important distinction here. Leaned in that direction, because I assure you, many of them probably don't know what party they are, but their politics align more so in this direction, which is why it's very important that we get rid of the rhinos and bring in people who actually will inspire these young people leaning in this direction so we can win.
And personality. You got someone like Donald Trump who, like, up against Barack Obama, he probably looks like a crass old man, but up against Joe Biden, he looks like a young, spry, hilarious comedian. So, like, they're leaning kids that are like 16, 15, that are just looking for the coolest dude. They're going to lean towards Trump if Biden's the other option. So the Democrats really have got to put their pedal to the metal and get a charismatic candidate in front of the camera immediately, or they're going to lose the entire youth base.
And so they don't have to do that, right? Like, it's okay if they don't have a charismatic candidate and they use the loop, like, let it go. No,
I want to play a video for you so you can understand why young people are flocking to towards Donald Trump. Please take a listen.
That's supposed to be a little bit Democrat territory, but we're leading in Nevada, and a waitress came over, beautiful waitress, and I never like talking about physical. She's beautiful inside, because you never talk about a person's look, ever. You never mention it. The other day, I got very angry. Some man called Chris Christie fat, and I said, "Sir," and then he said he was a pig. I said, "Sir, Chris Christie is not a fat pig. Please remember that. He is not a fat pig. Please take it back." And the guy's looking at me like, "Really?" No, we have to defend people. You can't call people fat. So I said about 9 times, he is not a fat pig. That's supposed to be a little bit dim.
I used to do that.
Look, I'm sorry. Some, like, young kid is watching that and he's laughing his ass off.
Yeah, we would do that joke. It came out when we were like 16 or 17. We figured out you could go, "I'm not saying you are an idiot. That's not what I'm saying. Is that you are a freaking idiot, dude. I'm not saying that." So he's kind of, it's an alteration of that joke.
Because we don't say physical. She's beautiful on the inside. Oh,
Not
come
saying
on.
he's a fat pig.
We've all heard the stories of Trump, and the rumors where it's like, he hires these beautiful women for these jobs and, like, in his office, or whatever. And then you know why he's doing it, right? See, he's not saying that privately. You know what he means when he says that. And when he says, "You can't call Chris Christie a fat pig," he just
9
wants
times.
to yell, "Fat pig, Chris." You know what I mean?
It's really funny. I mean, I would actually love to see an Obama-Trump face-off, because Obama has the charisma in the sense that he's, like, cool, I guess. But Trump is very witty. I mean, it is actually funny watching him kind of, like, go back and forth with someone. So it would be a great face-off. Not the same for Biden. Biden doesn't have those skills.
No. There's nothing better than Trump off the teleprompter, I think. Just Trump up there freestyling for an hour or so is pretty awesome.
Do you think charisma for young people versus older people is different? And then also for Democrats and Republicans? Like, when you say someone is charismatic or charming, are you looking for different things?
I think there's definitely a different way that the two sides communicate. I think that Trump has really tapped into something that he's very funny. He's very witty. I mean, not everybody's going to be, at the personality that he is, but he's authentic. Like, where Trump stands, like, what he's saying without him even saying it. But I think that authenticity on the Republican side, and in particular with younger voters who feel like they've been betrayed by, like, the ruling class that's talking heads on TV, like we were just talking about, I think they immediately bite on the authenticity. I mean, somebody reading off a teleprompter in a suit, to them, I think, regardless of what you're saying, is going to be a major turnoff. But if you're up there and you're just talking, you're presenting who you are, I think you're going to be much more appealing to that younger demographic. I do think the Democrats kind of communicate in a lot of just kind of, grievances. They're kind of guilting you into voting. If you're not voting for them, you're a bad person. You're not compassionate. You might be racist.
There was this great CNN segment where Jake Tapper was just annihilating Joe Biden. He's talking about the gaffes, and it was funny to have him actually state verbatim a Biden quote, because it's garbled nonsense. And it was something like, it was the issue that the work, I was my age, that not the issue. And, like, Tapper reads it like that.
I'd love to watch that clip. That was
And I'll pull it up in a second. It's funny, but Tapper's reading a prompter. He's reading a teleprompter, and you can tell he's reading a prompter, and it's just like, this is the thing. Like, young people can see that you are not a real human being saying things to them.
Yeah, they'd rather a guy says the wrong thing and then is like, oh, that was wrong. Sorry, I said the wrong thing there.
Yeah,
and then continue
totally.
on.
100%.
I think Tapper, maybe in that same segment, started referred to these elites in the Democratic Party that have had it with Biden.
Yep.
Flat out in your face saying there are elites now. It's like in the Romes they had the plebs, which were the common man, and then they had the autocrats or the authorities. And now they're like just telling you, yeah, there are people that are consider themselves elites, that they are better than you, and that they run the show and decide. It's pretty stark that it's right in your face. But this word elite's been getting thrown around for like 20 or 30 years. It's become normalized now. And it's like, bro, they're not elite. Elite means that you're good at what you do. It doesn't mean that you're born with money. It doesn't mean that you have connections.
I think it can, though, right? It can refer to people who have access to things that you don't, either because of financial resources or because of social power. I mean, the argument that someone is elite could be skill-based, or it could just actually be a way to reference them socially. I think you're right that there is an interesting pivot from someone like Jon Stewart being like, the elites, as I sit on my national television show, right? Like, it's always someone else, and it's always someone from the outside saying, they're the elite. And I think that was the interesting difference with Trump. I think there was a level of him being like, yeah, of course I'm elite. I'm a billionaire. But people are abusing the rest of you. And I think I'm going to say something. I know Dave Chappelle has a bit on that where he's like, he came from inside the house, told us what was going on, then went back into the house.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, I think Trump also, there's definitely that honesty factor where he's just like, yeah, you guys know who I am. I'm a billionaire, but I'm telling you, the rest of these guys are screwing you over. But I think Trump also harkens back to our old elites who actually built this country. Like you talked about the founding fathers. Those guys in their time, they were the elites. They were the ruling class, but they felt that they had an obligation to the people of the country, and they felt that their names were directly tied to the country. I personally think that that's how Trump views this as well, because he could have just retired to his golf course, never come back, been a billionaire, but he views his success as being deeply intertwined with America's success. And that's the way our old elites, our old ruling class really used to view their duty to the country. And that went way off the rails, probably since the end of World War II, or maybe even the establishment of the Federal Reserve, like you talked about. And our elites started basically just really only looking out for themselves, looting the coffers, abusing their power. And Trump's one of the first guys who came from the inside and said, hey, this is wrong and we've got to stop it. And I'll be the instrument to stop it.
There was like, the people that are elite are not actually elite. A lot of them are not. Like Ben Franklin was an elite human being, regardless of his social status. He discovered electricity. Yeah. George Washington, or let's just go with Thomas. I don't know actually a lot about George Washington's personal life, but Thomas Jefferson could play music. He was a writer.
George Washington married to Martha. Wanted to go back to Mount Vernon. Is that him?
Yep. Wooden teeth. He was like 6'6" and this brilliant, charismatic warrior.
No,
so he was like an elite
someone known for his leadership skills, and he was working from a really young age, surveying a lot of the country. I mean, he's an interesting person.
So like the people in the elite positions were actually elite humans. But now we've got people in elite positions like Joe Biden. That guy has elevated himself to that level career-wise. And it's like, whoa, how? Yeah, why was he even on stage with Obama in 2008? It was like a pity. I thought he was like a pity party guy. Like, let's just put this old.
It's because Democrats won't outright vote for a black man. But I'm not exaggerating. The political strategy, which was widely acknowledged at the time, was that Barack Obama, as a black man, needed an old white man to convince a lot of the older Democrats to vote Democrat.
Joe Biden was like, you won't believe how old I am. I can do this.
That's right.
I'm old. I'm white. I'm here.
They said Barack will do better with skewing younger, but older Democrats won't vote for a black man. So you need Joe Biden to be that face of the traditional America, white old president. They do say that with Kamala Harris, it's a similar strategy. Joe Biden is what they're pitching towards Democrats, and then they're hoping the progressive younger people will go for, Kamala Harris.
I think you see this with Republicans too, when they were like, Trump must have a female VP. It's like, no, he does not need a female VP. I mean, if there's a lady VP who's good and for some actual tangible reason other than the fact that she has a uterus, then fine. But there is this identity politics that comes into it. They're like, to balance out the rest of the ticket, we have to cover up for whatever fault you have, whatever. Like if you're Joe Biden and you're old and white, then we need someone who is female and diverse and maybe younger. Although
trick people into voting. If we had actual elite people in power, people that were of elite minds, I think that would send shockwaves of fear through the imperial strategists that are trying to control the country through bureaucracy, that with this federal spy club that they've got.
Have you ever, do you know what
Federal Reserve
Myers-Briggs personality tests
Yeah.
are? You know, they have the letters, the INTJ or whatever. I can't remember what it was, but I'll look it up. There's a study done that there's a certain personality type that congregates in DC, and it's the same personality type that it's very uncommon, and it's what Hillary Clinton is. I think it's INTJ. I'll double check in a second.
Let's find out.
But like whether it's elite in terms of like skill or IQ or something like that, you know, maybe. But also, I think some of those people wouldn't want to go into politics. They would be like, I've got something better
Right.
to do. Something. I mean, like Elon Musk is making no plans to run for governor of California, as far as I can tell, and he's, you know, I would consider him a pretty elite person in terms of skill.
Yeah, he is elite.
I'm gonna look-
But your hands get bound when you get into the political system. I mean, look at Trump. God, look what happened to that guy. Got dragged through the coals. Who I was thinking of, Schwarzenegger, who an elite human being across the board. I don't know about obviously he's a brilliant, smart guy, but is super, super famous.
A brilliant smart guy.
A brilliant, smart
Not just
guy.
like a brilliant dumb guy.
Well, I was just assuming he was smart because he was governor, but that doesn't, you don't have to be smart to be governor. So maybe he's of average intellect. I really don't know much about Arnold's smarts. He's never like wowed me with his math theorems or anything, but very charismatic, hardworking, devoted, elite man.
I want to play this clip. CNN's Jake Tapper taking down Joe Biden. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to love this one.
In reality, 72% of voters say that they believe President Biden is too old. That's according to CNN's most recent polling. Voters have been saying this for quite a long time. The reality is that the Democratic elites are mostly late to acknowledge these age and ability issues compared.
I want to pause real quick. Did you notice he's reading a prompter? Yeah. When he makes those weird pauses, it's because the prompter isn't moving fast enough. So you'll see this a lot with cable presenters when they do weird things like exaggerating the way they're talking.
Voters have been saying this for quite a long time. The reality is that the Democratic elites are mostly late to acknowledge these age and ability issues compared.
I want to pause real quick. Did you notice he's reading a prompter? Yeah. When he makes those weird pauses, it's because the prompter isn't moving fast enough. So you'll see this a lot with cable presenters when they do weird things like exaggerating the way they're talking for no reason. But now I'll play the rest, just so you get that
the
point.
rest of the public. The elites have been forced to reckon with it after the debate just 11 days ago.
Look at my career. I've not had many of those nights. It was a terrible night, and I really regret it happened. But the fact of the matter is, how can you assure you're going to be on faith.intervene on your way to go to, work tomorrow? Age wasn't, the idea I'm too old.
The fact of the matter is, how can you assure you're going to be out on, on your way to go, work tomorrow? Age wasn't, the idea that I'm too old. Keep in mind, that soundbite is supposed to be reassuring to those Democratic supporters who have gone wobbly.
Did you ever watch the debate afterwards?
I don't think I did, no.
He doesn't think he did. He called into a couple of black radio stations where he said, among other things, this.
By the way, I'm proud to be, as I said, the first vice president, first black woman, served with a black president. I'm proud of the first black woman in the Supreme Court. There's just so much that we can do because together there's nothing. Look, this is the United States of America.
He's proud to be the first black woman? Not coherent. And even then, we later found out, from the radio host, that the Biden campaign had given her a list of questions to ask President Biden. That is a huge no-no in journalism, and the host was fired for it, but it remains quite telling that in the Biden campaign's efforts to show that the president has not missed a step, his campaign felt the need to feed questions to the hosts for a call-in radio interview. And the president still, even then, failed to deliver in many of his answers. Now, many elected Democrats are expressing concern about this answer, too, although it was quite coherent. George Stephanopoulos asking him how he would feel if he ultimately loses to Donald Trump, which polls have suggested he will.
I feel as long as I gave it my all and I did the goodest job as I know I can do. That's what this is about.
As long as he gave it his all and did the goodest job he could do. That's what it's all about. Is it?
Apparently it is. When CNN runs through segments that are old. Okay, so like, wasn't the first black woman comment from before? Was it from before the debate?
No, it was after.
It was after the debate.
This was part of his recovery.
Okay.
Amazingly enough.
Well, where is Jake Tapper to go through? I don't know, like all of the cheap fakes they accused us of posting, all of these videos. It's only now that CNN is hopping on board with this. I'll take it, I guess, but still.
I mean, Jake Tapper's like fake outrage that he has there. It's like, hey man, where was the outrage when 13 American soldiers got killed during the Afghan withdrawal, when 3 more got killed?
I'm gonna kill some noobs. I might have to brute force this, guys. This is actually really fucking hard. I'm hoping I don't have to brute force this.
more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Mutation complete. Metamorphosis complete.
That's interesting.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
That's not good. That was interesting. So somehow that composition beats what I had. I've never seen that before in Zerg vs. Zerg. You learn something every day. That's why I hate Zerg vs. Zerg. I think that was a pre-made though. Like, that was crazy. That had to be a fucking pre-made, dude. I mean, it doesn't help that I'm fighting two waves either. So, like, there's no way for me to really know if I could have beat that wave. But it felt like I would have lost the wave even if I didn't have to fight shit before it. So, I think that was definitely interesting. For sure.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Metamorphosis complete. We require. Metamorphosis complete. We require more minerals. Mutation complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We We require more minerals. 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 We Mutation complete. Mutation complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Metamorphosis complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We We require more minerals. 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 Metamorphosis. require more minerals. We require... Mutation complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
That was a really hard game. Oh, that's interesting. Then L6T5T5. X5. No Phil. This isn't gonna do anything. This is really fucking hard, man.
Defending the border of Iraq, Syria, and Jordan under this commander-in-chief, when we decided that we were going to get us into essentially World War III with this disastrous policy in Ukraine. I mean, the things that a commander-in-chief should be held accountable for, it's like crickets, but then all of a sudden he has a bad debate and he stutters through some things and says some goofy stuff. Now the Democrats are super outraged, and now Jake Tapper's really ready to hold him accountable. It's all just so fake, it's disgusting.
Right, was Tapper even outraged when Joe Biden said, no American soldiers have died on my watch?
Exactly.
Right, that was even closer.
Yeah.
I mean, the other fascinating thing to me here is that that Biden can't get any questions that were teed up to him correctly, and it's gotten so bad that George Stephanopoulos, who did the post-debate interview, I don't know if you guys saw this, but TMZ had this article of someone stopped him on the street and was like, "Do you think Biden should run again?" And George Stephanopoulos was like, "No." And then later had to be like, "Oh, I shouldn't have talked about it publicly." But you just sat down with this guy and you said that he can't do this. I mean, it's all falling apart. But it's not new information.
No.
I mean, the debate was bad, but it was already evidence that was out there. It wasn't like, I mean, I know some people will argue Joe Biden's gotten really bad in the last 6 months, but he was always seeming to have some kind of cognitive, verbal issue. I mean, the gaffes were run of the mill. It would happen all the time. And
A lifelong
now
stutter.
A lifelong stutter. I'm so sorry I criticized that. How could I?
You know what, the Afghanistan surrender and the lack of outrage, the rout that commenced as a result of that rapid surrender and attempted pullout, had it been like 700 American soldiers got killed, would there be outrage? If it was like...
There was outrage that 13 did.
Some outrage, but not really outrage. There was some mumbling and grumbling and like, where is...
Oh, well,
Jake
Democrats
Tapper
don't care.
Yeah.
What if there was 6,000 men slaughtered? American men taken hostage? What if there are beheadings, American soldiers beheaded on camera? Then would there be outrage? Like, what does it take? How much death does it take to get people to wake up?
Is that if that were to happen, the progressive left would be celebrating in the streets. And the Democrats would have to contend with, do we put out a message that will cost us those votes? I am not exaggerating. When Hamas launched the attack on October 7th, we saw protesters in Times Square celebrating, and Democrats didn't know which direction to go with it. Do we sacrifice the little youth vote we have, or how old? They didn't know, because they're trying not to alienate voters.
And I mean, up to that point, we had lost nearly 3,000 Americans in Afghanistan. We lost another 5,000 in Iraq, and people barely bat an eye because you had regime media like CNN, who benefits heavily from the established order and the ruling class in Washington, D.C., running cover for the entire nonsense up until Trump comes into office and Trump says, I want to end these wars. The next thing you know, Trump is colluding with the Russians who are putting bounties on the heads of American soldiers, completely made up. They made the entire thing up and admitted it later on. But that's the way these people, like CNN, will run cover for the worst abuses of the U.S. government, especially with Democrats in control or establishment Republicans, the military-industrial complex, basically just the establishment in Washington, D.C. These guys are completely disingenuous. Luckily, I think CNN is dying because they've just been lying for so long. And the same thing with most mainstream media.
Yeah,
well, I mean,
Tapper's
that
like,
was
clear.
That was
clear.
another.
He's trying to bring it back.
That was another big story that we didn't have enough time to get into, but we'll round off the segment with. CNN's laying tons of people off. Their ratings are in the gutter.
Real shame.
Yeah. Hey, they chose this.
Yeah.
Zucker came in and said, let's take the CNN brand of news and turn it into reality TV garbage that hates Donald Trump and alienate half the country. His pitch was basically, we're losing ratings anyway. Let's isolate a market and capture it. And they went for resistance, far left lunatics, and now they have one of the highest demographics in terms of their average viewer, and nobody wants to watch because they're not a news network anymore.
Do you think their ratings would have been better if Trump had served the second term, like gotten into the White House in 2020? Because in some ways it would give them more to be mad about. I mean, that's almost one of the things that I wonder about, that they have lost ratings under Biden.
Well, that's true. I mean, their ratings were way up under Trump. But the issue is that we're at a point now where young people are moving towards Trump for a variety of reasons. The economy's bad. Biden screwed things up. And now people are sick of it. Yeah. So while they certainly could retain, if Trump was president, they'd blame him for everything. And so they maintain that audience. Now they're screwed. Because Biden got in. That's what they begged for. Burned everything down. Inflation is through the roof. Costs are through the roof. And they're and this is the anti-Trump network. Yeah. Who's now going to tune in and be like, let me hear it. No, there's no Trump anymore. And the people who are watching because hated Trump left. And now they're going to try and come back and be like, but Biden's bad. and people are going to be like, I don't watch this.
And they got caught lying so many times. I mean, COVID, they just got caught lying through their teeth, and they haven't even made amends for it.
The Joe Rogan clip,
exactly right.
where he looked sickly, like they desaturated whatever. I don't know what they did.
Yeah,
but they were accused of like making him look green.
They doctored the photo for sure.
Ivermectin or whatever.
There's a video of him saying that he was getting prescribed this, and they made him look sickly. And then when he had on, what do you have, like Fareed Zakaria, and he called him out, and he's like, oh yeah. So CNN doesn't deserve to ever come back.
I think
that's
that
it.
using the word rating is kind of it's a psyop, because when you rate something, you're like, oh, how good is that? I'd give that a 10 out of 10. It's awesome. Not about how many people see the thing. There could be 100 million people watch the show and all give it a 1 out of 10 because they rate it a terrible.
People are hate watching CNN.
Yeah, exactly. They have high ratings because a lot of people watch, but they're actually rated very poorly because the people can't stand watching it and they're afraid when they're watching. They don't come out of it with a good feeling.
The challenge is that CNN may die, but MSNBC lives on, right? I mean, there are more mainstream progressive or left-leaning news outlets than there are conservative or, God forbid, we just have a centrist are making it so that CNN, MSNBC, Fox News all have to compete with that. They all have started cultivating YouTube channels and putting out clips so that they can get the viewership that's never going to be on the TV. They don't even have cable subscriptions.
CNN 8 years ago should have started shows like this.
Yeah.
And they should have said, we put the money in it, we see where it goes.
I actually think, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, it's this Mockingbird media out things where the CIA started this Operation Mockingbird where they wanted to manipulate the public through control the mass media. Vietnam, there was a lot of outrage during Vietnam with the caskets coming back, the American bodies. It was like, enough. We embedded journalists. We saw how horrible it was, and we stopped it as a society. And they were like, we can't let that happen again. Whoever, this imperial strategist, the Imperial Five Eyes spy club controls the Mockingbird media. They were like, we got to take control of this media. And now what's happening is the media is competing with its own suffering. You can't. It's not that like Rogan's so good, let's be like that. It's like we are just now. It has become apparent how awful we are as a structure, and holes are appearing within their system, and you're just spurting out the lifeblood of what they needed.
Well, let me try and simplify this. The people who used to run the deep state had kids. Those kids didn't start the deep state, the liberal economic order, but they did see their parents maintain it, so they kind of understood how to maintain it. Then they had kids. And those kids saw their parents maintaining a thing but never building it, and they don't exactly know the intricacies. So we're in the third generation of the liberal economic order, and holes have begun to appear. And like the cartoon where the guy's trying to plug the holes in the ship, they don't know how to make it stop collapsing.
Yeah, exactly.
So the liberal economic order is crumbling.
They call it the apocalypse, at least in the Bible. This great awakening, this unveiling.
It means revelation.
It means to take away the blinder or something. I think apo means to take away, and calypse is like a veil, means the veil, so to remove the veil.
Ooh.
Yeah, DMT, talk about seeing through the veil and stuff. Like
we're gonna go to Super Chats. So if you haven't already, would you kindly smash that like button? 1 like equals 1 hashtag free Bannon. I am really pissed off at the Garland thing because Bannon's in prison right now and he shouldn't be.
Yep.
Or at the very least, Garland should be. But head over to timcast.com, click join us, become a member to watch that members-only uncensored call-in show where you as members will actually join us, and we hope to see you there. It's also, as a member, you are supporting the show, making it all possible. I'm going to reach out to my agent and my lawyer to take a look at what kind of billboards we can run in these districts. And I thought about it, and I'm thinking something like Mike Turner does not support law enforcement. I think that would be a good one, maybe for both of them, because they will not support the enforcement of the law and how they tried to uphold it, equality under the law. Let him deal with it. I don't know what it means or what it'll do, but it'll sure feel good to say, right? Other than that, become a member to support our work if you like what we do, and I will read your super chats. CT Hampy says, I live in a small town near Milwaukee, Wisconsin. My dad and kids in town are raising donations to update our town's small skate park for the first time in 20 years. GoFundMe Hartford skate park expansion. Best of luck, sir. We've got some news here on our front. I talked with the city of Martinsburg about the skate park expansion project, and they have not yet secured land. But should they, and they're going to begin fundraising. We have already made our pledge to them, 6 figures to help support this skate park expansion in the area. I told the guy at the city, we want to make a world-class facility that attracts people from all over the place to come and hang out here if you guys are okay with that. And he said, absolutely. So that's exciting news. And we're going to talk to some big industry partners, see if we can make a big park out here as well. But best of luck to you guys, CT Hampy. All right. Token Black Guy says, howdy, people. If Biden stepped down, wouldn't there be an issue giving away the direct donations he received? I believe the PAC donations could be used for any candidate, but I don't think the direct donations work the same. You are correct. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding, too. I think he could give them to another candidate, or
No.
maybe
I think they
it's
can
a
only
refund,
stay
I
with
think.
the Biden-Harris ticket. So, like, she could get them.
No. What I heard is that Harris could not take it.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And it might depend on like some of the classifications of the donations too.
Yeah.
But the money stopped. That was the latest. You see that? There was a report where it said the money has stopped flowing.
I have gotten so many ads from Joe Biden asking me to give him money, and I really think that he should, at least for me, save your money. I don't think it's going to happen anytime.
I'll donate.
Yeah. Well, we are riding with Biden. I forgot that. Never mind.
We don't want him. We don't want him to leave.
Look, our most authentic president, who's just being himself, no matter who's looking at him.
You can't be a primary election denier.
That's right. All right, Hunter's Lab says, I've heard from a detective in Illinois that said every state cop here has to report for duty in Chicago during the DNC. They think there will be massive riots, and they may try to burn the city. Yes, that's why we are going to the RNC, and we will not be at the DNC.
Well, and there was... Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, we're going to Milwaukee. I'm not worried about that. Cheese and, whatever else.
And there was that protest that, like, sued to be able to, like, be inside the safety zone, and they got struck down. They're not even going to be able to do that. I mean, I think the RNC is going to be very boring in comparison to the DNC. Not that it won't be a great time.
A big Trump rally. The other side's going to be chaos.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In 2016, at the conventions, we all thought the RNC was going to be a massive protest, and it wasn't. With Trump, we were like, it's going to get crazy, and then it didn't. I think it was, where was that? Was that in Cleveland? And then
Ohio for 2016.
Yeah, where was the DNC? Charlotte?
Let me look.
Because the DNC was nuts. Thousands of people were trying to tear down the barricades. They jumped over the walls and started running full speed to the convention. I was like, wow, because they nuked Bernie Sanders.
Yeah.
So,
what is this year? The DNC expected to be Biden, Harris. Are they going to go?
Oh yeah.
And then other candidates that want to.
It's going to be spicy. Yeah.
Yeah, Cleveland, Ohio for the RNC in 2016. I'll look for the Democrat now.
I think it was Charlotte.
I think so too, but
I was funny. I met Zach Braff when I was there.
What about Zach?
I
love
met him.
Scrubs? Oh, man. Scrubs is one of my favorite shows.
Pennsylvania, Philadelphia,
It was in Philadelphia?
from July 25th, July 28th in 2016.
Really?
That's what the internet.
Well, anything's going to be crazy.
What year am I thinking about? Maybe I was in No, wait. Am I thinking of 2012, maybe?
I'll look.
Might be 2012. Yeah, it was Philadelphia, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
you are thinking of 2012.
Did you go to the 2012?
It was Charlotte 2012? Ah, you see.
Did you do that one?
Yeah, of
2012?
course.
And then 2020 was-
That's where I met Zach Braff. It was 2012.
22, and then DNC in 2020 was virtual, which was
All right.
also hilarious.
By Met, I saw him walking down the street, and I was like, Zach, can I get a picture? And he was like, sure. And we took a picture, and then I shook his hand.
So great, man.
Scrubs was amazing. One of the best shows ever.
Groundbreaking.
Yeah.
John C. Reilly. Wait, no. John McGinley.
Calhoun.
John C. McGinley.
Yeah,
I get those
Calhoun, I don't know
two
who that
names mixed up.
Are you a Scrubs fan?
No.
John McGinley. Great
Never
show.
saw it? It's a good show, yeah.
They wove music
Late 90s,
in.
early 2000s.
Donald Faison was in it.
When you're not campaigning or raising your children. You know,
And of course,
Check out Scrubs.
you all know that I'm a huge fan of Men at Work. So the episode where Colin Hay was playing Overkill on the street playing the guitar, and then periodically the song would kick back up. And I love the scene where he's hiding in the closet, and he just looks at Colin Hay. He's like, just keep it down. And that's when he hits the high point of Overkill, and he starts belting. It's a good show. Yeah. Yeah, it's a great song. All right, Raymond G. Maga Stanley Jr. says, Tim, you've been on one today with your videos. I second the calling out of terrible, evil, and useless people no matter what side they claim to fight for. And so this was basically like, I could grab a spicy headline and do a segment monologuing about the news and Joe Biden, this, that, or otherwise. But the Krasensteins, they're evil people. And I did a 25-minute long breakdown of how I define evil, why I think they are evil, what I think evil is. The simple version is that there is entropy and there's negative entropy in the world. Life seems to try to organize things into complex systems, and the destruction of that is anti-life. It opposes the function of life. So for people whose end goal is self-empowerment to the destruction, which would result in more entropy and the destruction of civilization and complex systems. That, to me, is what evil is. And it can be simplified by the Krasensteins intentionally lie to people, pull things out of context, and misrepresent things to trick people into doing things that hurt them. They've been accused in the past of harming innocent people. They were raided by the feds a long time ago, and they were never accused of any crimes or anything. But these are guys who go on X, and it's just one example, because he tweeted something like, Trump's a convicted felon, and how could we have come to this point, challenging a man to a golf game, blah, blah, blah. And I said, you're evil. Because there's a few things in there that are important pieces of context. One, Biden challenged Trump to a golf game first, a little while ago, then at the debate. Then Trump countered with, okay, I'll challenge you to a golf game for $1 million. And then the Krasensteins are like, oh, how dare you, Trump? Wait. Biden did it first. But that's omitted from these people to trick those who are low information or ignorant or not smart enough to fend for themselves so that their resources can be extracted from them and it causes them harm in the long run. If society functions in that way over a long period of time, it will break down and it will die. That is anti-life. It defies what life does. So I believe that properly informing people and giving them information so they can live a functional, better life, a rising tide lifts all ships, and then humans can expand. So he's an evil guy, and I pulled up a post where he explicitly stated his intention was to play this. It's a social engineering manipulation tactic where you state something as an aside so that it becomes an afterthought, not part of the actual argument, so that no argument can be made. So you see this in the media all the time where they say, Donald Trump, comma, a convicted felon, comma, was recently seen buying tickets to a movie theater. And you're like, wait, the convicted felon thing has nothing to do with the story. There's no argument, no context, no information. But they put these things in stories as a way to make sure the idea sticks outside of that argument. So another way to explain it is, if you go to someone and say, did you know Trump is a felon who did a bad thing? They'll ask you, explain yourself.
Right.
What do you mean by that? But if you say, did you know Donald Trump was going to the store to buy a candy bar? And when he went there, someone yelled, you're a convicted felon, and we know he is. But the candy bar was actually $3. Can you believe it was $3? There's no conversation about him being a convicted felon. You're angry. This is what he's doing. This is what these Democrat pundits do. They omit the context of all of these claims and all of these charges. Harry Sisson does it. They are evil people. If they were to run cleanly through the political system, you'd have Soviet-style collapse in 10 years. The Republican Party being as effective as it is, I think we're much closer to that now than ever. But there's a reason why the Soviet Union only lasted 69 years. There's a reason why Rome lasted, like a couple thousand? What was Rome, 1,000-something years?
About 1,000 years.
1,000 years. And then eventually it began to decay, but it was strong early on. The Roman Republic, at least, and then it turns into the empire. The United States has been around for several hundred years, and there's a reason for it. Decentralized meritocratic systems with a light nucleus. Over time, power coalesces, and then eventually you get crackpots who try to extract power and burn the ship down. You look at the end history of Rome, and that's what happens. People begin to just extract for themselves, and it breaks.
My take on Ed and Brian Krasenstein is that I think people are like pallets, and that they can do evil and good, and that if that cycle of evil is replicated, if a human continues it over and over, you might say that person is evil, even though what's more accurate is that person commits evil and has done it 78% of the time. And if the evil acts perpetuate, then we're in dire straits. But those people can be turned and do good also. So I try not to alienate people by putting them in boxes of perception.
But after all this time, you know what I mean? It's so. The point I'm making is when these guys post Donald Trump is a convicted felon, and I can't believe anyone would consider voting for a convicted felon. How dare he challenge Biden to a golf game? Like, there's so much information missing from that a person would need to be informed upon to actually improve their lives, and they're doing it intentionally. He knows he tweeted he was intentionally doing it, like a manipulation tactic to just push people. He said we're going to keep doing this and hammering it over and over again, knowing that the context is completely different, that the Trump never faced due process for any secondary crimes. He knows all of this because he's evil. He's an evil guy. In 2018, the feds raided their home and seized $500,000 in cash because their website was running ads pushing people to Ponzi schemes and downloading viruses, according to the feds, that resulted in their bank accounts being drained. Now, I could play this game too, and I could say, Brian and Ed Krasenstein, the guys who were raided by the feds for fraud and for scamming people and destroying their lives and hurting innocent people, accused Donald Trump of impropriety by challenging Biden to a golf game. But does that really provide you with enough context as to who these guys are and what really happened? They were never charged with crimes. Right. They were never arrested. That's important context I think people should know. The feds made the accusation, but there was never any due process. But how about it? How about we play that game? And in every instance, I say this, tit for tat. Is that the game you want to play, Krasensteins? In any instance you want to play this game, as you stated you will, I will always preface with, you were raided by the feds because you hurt innocent people. Their lives were destroyed, their money was stolen, and it's your fault.
You know, my question is, can you use that manipulation tactic where you're seeding the premise into the question or into the statement where it's inarguable for good? Can you do that for good? Because I think it's just a solid manipulation tactic. I think you can do it for good.
No.
If people are in crazy evil state and you like put good things in as a supposition that are unquestionable.
The ends do not justify the means because you never meet the ends. If you decide that lying and manipulating and controlling people is the path towards your dream vision of what society should be, then you are the evil people.
But if you just let the evil go by without trying to manipulate it into good.
I believe that there needs to be some kind of light central nucleus that acts as some kind of restrictive force, but for the most part, you want a widely decentralized meritocratic system. So you look at the United States, a largely decentralized meritocratic system for a long period of time, but power does coalesce over a long period of time. You get the centralization of federal authorities, and it leads to a point where the machine just breaks. So there's a reason why the United States lasted longer than the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union was a hyper-centralized machine state that could not function properly. And then it just collapses on itself. It can't work. Communism can't work. Authoritarianism cannot work. They keep trying it over and over again. It doesn't work. However, you look at capitalist systems and the coalescing of power into monopolies and government authority, eventually it will break down. You get revolutions, you get social disorder and collapse. But again, to your point, if you think lying to someone to manipulate their behavior into doing something that you think is good, you're evil.
Yeah, but not lying, if it's just truly what I believe. If it's like, say all these people think that cutting up other humans is the right way to do it, and I'm like, well, as we know that being kind to people is the basis of goodness and what we all want, you should do these things. And then they don't even question that kindness is the basis of what we want.
These are two different points. You said to anchor an idea removed from its context to manipulate them into doing good things. Yeah. That's evil.
But what if
because
the idea is to do kindness?
Because you are asserting your singular worldview over the decentralization of the system. No one human knows what the entirety of humanity needs.
Is it like incrementally it's okay, once in a while it's okay to do that, but not to do it promiscuously?
I don't think it's ever okay. I think sometimes we naturally may not include all relevant context because we just don't know. That's a natural tendency, sure. But the idea that you would purposefully exclude information to trick someone into thinking the wrong thing, that's evil. You are corrupting the system. You go to a person and you say, A plus B equals C. That's the point. That B is very important. It matters for a lot of reasons. And then you get these people who say A equals C. And you're like, okay, that may be a true conclusion at some point. The problem, B was peanuts and they were allergic to peanuts. And so then they're like, you say, in order to get to this place, you need only walk from here to here. And what you don't tell them is that they're walking through quicksand. You omit the context because you think it's better that this person does something that you want them to do without them knowing. No, people need accurate information. This is the point of journalism. It was supposed to be that a well-informed population could run their country very well. And if someone says, I don't want to get, say, my doctor says that I'm high risk of Guillain-Barré syndrome, I should not be required to get this vaccine. Well, these people would lie to you because it's better that the entirety of society, so say I, do this one thing. And then what happens? People get hurt because people need to get sound advice that fits their lives at a singular level, and then you worry about the rest. But we should read more super chats. All right, Jacob Hawley says, the left doesn't. Is it just too late, and should we say, screw it, let's play ball? I don't see any resolution here. I'm a classical lib, but I'm just done, man. The Constitution is dead.
Well, I think...
let me just make this really quick and then throw it to you, Ian. Because if you do, they won.
Yeah.
That is what they want you to do.
Yep.
They are hoping the law ceases to exist so that they can recreate it. The moment we stop believing in this system, in the Constitution, is the moment they say, finally, we've gotten their confidence broken. That's what I'm worried about with everything they're doing. The point at which people on the right say, there is no system. And that's why I'm extremely angry and concerned about these Republicans who did not hold Garland in contempt because they just did it.
That's a big part of what the left wants you to do too. They want you to say, "Well, it's all rigged anyway, so I'm not going to vote," or maybe you're going to, Fed post on the internet, or you're going to go do something stupid. Then they can throw the full weight of the system against you. So don't fall for the psyop. If they already had control and they had already won, all their propaganda wouldn't be necessary.
I see, like, the people in the government have to execute righteous lawfare. That's their purpose. But the private sector is enabled to disobey. It's called civil disobedience. And if the system has gone awry, we have no choice other than to disobey the evil, corrupt system. But that's the independent, that's the private sector does that. Within the government, they're not supposed to do that. They have to remain lawful. They're supposed to.
Well, I'll just break. I think everything we're seeing with Biden and the chaos and Trump and all that, the system is broken. And we are desperately holding the strands together, but it's busted. That's it. Democrats have completely broken it. They keep screaming that it's Trump, but I'm telling you, like, anybody who takes 5 minutes to do a Google search realizes, hey, they've been lying the whole time. The easiest way to explain this to your family members when they don't believe you, they're like, no, it's the Republicans who are lying. It's like, who in the family told you that Joe Biden was ill? Was it me? And how long ago did I tell you this? And you didn't believe me. And then you watched the debate and you were surprised to learn that the media had lied to you, that Democrats had lied to you, the commercials, all of these things. They were all lying the whole time. And I was the one telling you the truth. Now do you believe me? Maybe now people might be like, yeah, maybe. What's going on? I don't know. It'll be hard for some people because it's painful to realize that they were on the wrong side, that they were bad guys. But I tell you, you look at what these Democrats are doing, and Joe Biden is the proof. You need not see you need not get into great detail. They lied to you the whole time. They are evil. They are lying, and they are shattering this machine. They are breaking this country on purpose. Hopefully Trump wins. Hopefully we can see some remedy. Hopefully these guys in Ohio and California, these Republicans, they face some kind of political penalty at home. Maybe that means they lose donors. I don't know. But we got to right the ship. All right, let's grab some more. Let's grab some more super chats. Next, the Slayer says, I was following Tim on X today. Seems like he woke up and chose violence, LOL. I don't know which tweet you're referring to. Maybe.
Wake up feeling spicy today?
I don't know. I always tweet shenanigans.
I saw you tweet at like 5 in the morning a couple days ago. Like on a week.
No.
Yeah, it was like 5 a.m.
No, I don't think so.
Had to be. Maybe you did it in your sleep. Check the records.
5 a.m. I don't know about
swear,
that.
because I was still awake. And I was like, what is he tweeting this early?
Oh, I mean, we were in Vegas.
Oh, there it is.
Right.
Different
So
hours.
it's not. Yeah, it was like 8.
Gotcha.
8 something. Yeah.
I know it was like 2 a.m. your time.
2 a.m.
1 a.m. or something. Yeah.
No, because we went to bed at 10 p.m. in Vegas.
I'll have to review it.
Yeah.
Then.
IDGAF.com says, Tim, if you get any pushback for calling OnlyFans models prostitutes, you're etymologically correct. Pornographe, prostitute writings. Graphes, how do you pronounce it in French? Graph, is also the origin of graphene. There's a joke in there somewhere. What? No way. Is it really? Yeah, graph. Right? Photograph.
I wish I knew everything about graphene, but
Come on, dude.
What does
You've
that
got
mean,
time
graph?
to study up.
what does that word mean?
Probably means something related to
Structure?
visual representation.
Yeah, like a graph is what you draw on in math.
Telegraph, photograph, pornograph. All right. NYBSFP says Bannon and the other, Navarro, turned themselves in. Maybe they should have ignored the Dems like Garland is ignoring them. I have less pity for them than I would have otherwise. No, it's because the DOJ went after them, and the DOJ did not go after Garland. There was no law enforcement to go and arrest Garland. They wouldn't do it.
Graph apparently is a Greek suffix meaning to scratch, to scrape, to graze. Cool. Not to disrupt the super chat here, but
Probably a reference. Is there expanded etymology on that one?
let me look.
Because I bet it's like you would draw it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's how pornography was probably originally drawn art.
Writings. And photograph is photo, light, etching. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and to write, I mean, you'd be scratching something on.
There's also, it says, any of the possible forms of a grapheme with an M. I don't know what that is.
I keep hearing good things about Ian's graphene dream.
Oh, I want to try some. I still
have
have it. Okay, I maybe take a bag if we got some here. It's low acidity.
I think we have a bag.
It's our lowest acidity coffee, so try it. Ian's Graphene Dream. I think it's
Gasbrew.com.
gasbrew.com.
What are the benefits of low acidity coffee?
Well, like if you ever get stomach nausea, you'll notice less of that from my anecdotal experience. I can handle a lot more. My throat, it's great.
Cool.
All right, Citizen 7 said the same people that called voter ID racist are the same people that wanted all of us to walk around with vaccine passports.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. And I have questions about why they're requiring vaccines for cold medicine when they know that will disproportionately affect minorities. What are they trying to say about that, huh? Racists. Viperman says, put this toward the billboards targeting the rhinos. Well, again, guys, like I got to call my lawyer first. And so everyone gets all excited, and I'm like, I'm going to call my lawyer, and there's going to be like, here are the laws limiting what you can do. And it's like, okay. And then maybe we'll do something. But I do think a couple billboards in each district would be cathartic. Mike Williams says, buy a billboard truck that you could reuse whenever you want. That's a good idea. I like the idea of billboards, though, like right in downtown, just big ones. And in Ohio, in these districts, they probably wouldn't be that expensive. You got to find like a high trafficked area. It might be like $3,000 for the month in these smaller areas, we'll see. And then, man, that'll be awkward for him, I guess.
Yeah.
How do you answer that? Oh, there's this guy, he's mad at me because something. It's like, well, what's going on? What's with this billboard?
And he puts a billboard here outside the skate park.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
No, I'm not.
All right, let's grab some more super chats. We got time for a couple more. All right. The mayor of Seriostown says, has anyone considered that having schools which are notoriously led by leftists who dislike tradition and Christianity, teaching children what the Bible is about, maybe this isn't the best idea? Right. I mean, like, you're talking about the jurisdictions where they want prayer or Ten Commandments in schools and things like this? Yeah, I just think we have to realize that we should not live in a world where we hand our children to the state.
Amen.
It's weird, right? Like, how do we get to this point where the kids used to be with the parents at work? And this is the thing, like, pre-industrialization, what was life like? Mom and dad wake up. Mom helps the kids a little bit. Dad helps the kids a little bit. Depending on how young the kid is, mom may be nursing. Dad goes and tends to the cattle. Mom goes and tends to the chickens, churns some butter, comes in, washes some laundry. Dad and the son may go out and catch some rodents for stew that night. Everybody was contributing what they could. Kids were there with their parents learning. And there were some schoolhouses at some point, but they were relatively small. A lot of stuff was done in the church. Then industrialization happens, and now your kids are left. Here you go. Go to the state.
Yep.
Now the parents don't see their kids anymore. Their kids are raised by strangers. It's weird.
Yeah, we started homeschooling about a year ago, and it's been awesome. If you can do it, I highly recommend it. There's a lot of different ways you can get into it. But I think pushing school choice at the local level and then maybe even eventually the federal level is the way that we break free from that system.
I'm just anti-school in general. Homeschool all the way, 100%.
Yeah.
Pods, whatever you got to do. All right, everybody, if you haven't already, smash the like button. 1 like equals 1 hashtag free Bannon. And I really do mean it. Steve Bannon. He's a good dude, and I have tremendous respect for him. Fighting the good fight, standing up for what he believes in, and doing the right thing. He's a good guy. He should not be in prison. These people who have locked him up, they're despicable people. So shout out to Bannon. Really excited for when he does get released, and we'll hear what he has to say. But go to timcast.com, click join us, become a member, support our work. We need your help as members to make sure the machine keeps turning and keeps running. That's how we make everything operate. That's how we do the show. And we're going to have that members-only call-in show coming up for you in about a minute. You can follow me on X and Instagram at Timcast. Joe, do you want to shout anything out?
Yep. JoeKentForCongress.com is my website. Anything you can donate to the campaign is going to help me go make a difference in D.C. And then the book about my late wife is called Send Me. You can buy it anywhere that you buy books.
What's the book called?
Send to Me.
Send to Me.
Send Me. Yep.
And you get that anywhere. Okay.
Anywhere you buy books. Yeah, it's on Amazon. It's at Barnes & Nobles, all of them.
Thanks for coming, man.
Yeah, thank you.
At Ian Crossland, you follow me on the internet if you'd like to. And you just have a great night. Take care of yourself.
Yeah, it's been a fun conversation. I'm so glad you come back and join us in the new studio. Yeah. I'm Hannah Keller Brimlow. I'm a writer for scnr.com. That's Scanner News. Follow all of their work at Timcast News on Twitter and Instagram. I'm on Instagram at hannahclaire.b, and I'm on Twitter at hannahclaireb. Thanks for everything you guys do. Hope you have a great night.
We will see you all over at timcast.com in about a minute. Thanks for hanging out.
Welcome back to a best of 5 series of Terran versus Protoss. What I've got for you today is the finals of the ESL Open Cup for the European server. And of course, who do you think it's gonna be? Spawning right here in the top left-hand corner in game number 1 on Amphion. We're doing Amphion as map 1? Really? Playing with the blue Terran SCVs. You know him, you love him. We have none other than Clem, who, by the way, Clem, where's the polar bear? We're on the European server, you're still in Clen Mlem. Where is the polar bear? Somebody get Clem on the line. I am not standing for this. His opponent, though, in the opposite corner. He's never had a decal. Playing with the red Protoss pieces. We're looking, of course, at none other than MaxSpex's main Nexus. Thought for a second Clem had a new account. But no. This is Team Mlem Liquid Clem. Team Mlem Liquid. Try and say that 3 times fast. Mlem Liquid Clem. Mlem Liquid. Okay, no, I'm not gonna do it. That's tough. Rumor has it if you say that 3 times fast in front of a mirror, he actually appears. Yeah, wouldn't want that. These two, they play against each other all the time. It's kind of nuts, actually, to see this map as map number 1. It's not that it's necessarily a terrible map. I mean, it's pretty bad for Protoss. Terran has like a 60-something% win rate against Protoss on this particular map. So for MaxSpex to allow it to slip through the cracks, I mean, obviously you only have a limited amount of vetoes, but normally this is not a map 1 type of map. Clem immediately putting down his foot. And we'll have to see what we're gonna do in this series. These two in general, obviously, they know each other in and out. Usually TVP is played quite aggressively, but not really quite as aggressively as these two tend to play it. Are we gonna go proxy? I mean, we do have the second pylon built at home. Alright. Yeah, Clem is not entirely sure about that probe going home either. So he's checking, but he did not check far enough. And indeed, MaxSpex is building a pylon. Alright. He hasn't gone for any sort of tech at home just yet, so we'll have to see what the proxy is going to be. Doesn't really make sense here to make a... I mean, you could make a Stargate, but I think it's probably going to be a Robo? Honestly, also a bit weird. No, it's probably going to be a Stargate. It's a gateway. Alright. We're just going to go full aggression. Fair enough. Also an option. We're just going to make a load of stuff and throw it at the opponent. Yeah. Chrono Boost will probably be used on the Warp Gate research here. There's the starport coming up. I mean, the command center is already finished, right? And as long as Clem can fly his structures away, this is one of those things where it can be quite difficult for the Protoss to actually get into the main base. The bunker on the low ground, of course, is nice. It will probably not hold all of the aggression. Clem, by the way, decided to go for a scoutless opener, so he has no idea what's going on. Now we have a Twilight Council at home, so... yeah, MaxSpex definitely needs to deal some sort of damage, but it's not going to be a complete all-in here. I was hoping for a more all-in-y variant, I'll be honest with you. Are we just gonna sit here? Yeah? I think he's ready to go for like a cheeky little counter-attack, as Terran may be thinking about going across here in just a moment. There's the additional adept showing up, though. And we're just gonna shade by all of these units. Or at least the bunker, yeah. No, we don't mind, that's not gonna happen. Okay, nice split right there by the Protoss player, although one of the adepts running dangerously low. Good targeting as well by Clem, who's now gonna use his medevac energy to try and keep his SCVs alive. It works surprisingly well. Now obviously Clem will realize here for quite a while already that the unit production from the Protoss has been a little too great. Speaking of unit production now, MaxSpex not upgrading any of his units yet using the Twilight Council. Just focused here on dealing as much damage with this aggression as possible. So maybe originally he was thinking he wasn't going to be able to deal too much damage here. Now Blink will start up. The alternative is that MaxSpex made a mistake. And considering we all know that MaxSpex may just be an AI, or maybe Serral in disguise, the odds of him making mistakes are quite low. Eventually, though, Terran should be able to muster up enough units here to push all of this back. Obviously, the Cyclone is pretty sweet. And as long as you can lift up these units, there we go. You can keep microing against it as well, although When Blink finishes, life should be a bit easier for MaxPack, so now decides to go for a third Nexus on the low ground. Yeah, these guys are so aggressive. There's a ramp as well leading up towards the high ground. Not a lot of maps currently feature that. So those Stalkers almost have to face tank their way up there. Oh, okay. Stalkers, luckily here for MaxPack, absolutely greased up. They managed to slither away. In the meantime, there was a little bit of counterattack aggression as well. Killing 4 probes here is that one Liberator. Robo facility on the back of this. Blink will soon finish up. Yeah, I think MaxPack was meaning to start up that upgrade a little bit earlier, because it would have been finished by now. Liberator now going around the site, trying to see if maybe it can get some more damage in, but it now accidentally stumbles upon a third base. Blink's finishing up. So now the Stalker can easily get away. Waiting until the last second. You'll love to see it. Another Libdo in the main base now. Ooh, accidentally shooting at one of the probes that ran into the gas geyser. I mean, these Liberators are basically dealing as much damage, if not more, as all of that Stalker aggression from earlier. Even though a lot of them will likely... Well, a lot of them. All 2 of them will probably end up going down here in the end. This is still quite a frustrating sequence of events right here for Max. Now, Medevac is following this up as well. Keep in mind that there is absolutely no vision on the left side of the map for Protoss. We have a Twilight Council. There is one observer. Yeah, it's gonna scan the left side of the map right now, but Medevac is gonna completely unload. Stimpack not done yet. Combat Shields and +1 also quite a ways behind it. So the probes, okay, they're just gonna get gunned down right here by a bunch of Marines. Recall is gonna be used right now on those Stalkers that were ready to go in for the aggression. Can we at least blink and kill the Medevac? Nope. Liberator coming around the site. Clem also saves that. Expertly done right here by the French Terran. Eventually, these units are going to die. I don't know if they realized it was a one-way trip. If they didn't, that would be a bit sad, but they get to spend their last seconds killing probes. And isn't that the dream of every Terran Marine, huh? Yeah. You're the chosen one. Very nice drop right there by Clem. Really good base defense. Now he shuts down that aggression as well. Really, MaxPack is leaning onto a Storm upgrade here. Storm is really his only way out, but it's still like a minute away, if chrono boosted, from finishing. And Clem is already ready to go across. Combat Shields is done at this point. Stimpack has finished, so those Marines and Marauders can be extra powerful. +1 infantry weapons is not far behind. Concussive shells. I think Clem has an opportunity here to go and win the game. There is, of course, a third base here for the Protoss that's been up and running for some time. Clem's third Nexus, or his command center rather, is a little ways behind all of this. Yeah, Clem doesn't even really want to kill the base. He just wants to win the game now. And I think he's going to get his wish. GG. Actually. G. It's 1 G less. Golden Aura is going to be the second map. This one is a lot more laid back. Compared to Amphion, I don't think we're going to see nearly as much aggression, but honestly, you can never really tell. We'll find out here in just a moment. But this should be a map where both players can breathe. Never mind. No more breathing. The time for breathing is in the past. What we do is proxy barracks. That's what we're gonna do. Yeah. Not even like subtly positioned and hiding off to the right side in the far... No. We're gonna do... Yeah, we're gonna just put it right over there. If Max sees this and he kills the SCV, it's basically GG. Or as he would say, G. But he doesn't. Yeah, probes see in a circle around themselves. They have eyes in the back. But they can't see very far. Yeah, the sight radius around units in this game is always a bit funky. I mean, it's the only reasonable way to do it, but the fact that units can see behind them, but no further than maybe like 20 meters away is a bit strange. Because personally, my eyeballs allow me to see quite far away. I don't want to flex or anything, but I could see further away than a probe. But I can't see behind myself. Yeah. It's just gonna be a cheeky little Reaper opener.
It's one of those builds that's not really that committed. Now with the Reaper also not really having a great opportunity to get into the main base, Clem is going to have to go all the way around. And when I say all the way, it's only going to add a couple seconds of travel time, but it's going to make the defense a little bit easier for MaxPax, who really needs to get a Stalker or, for example, an Adept out against this sort of shenanigans. Bunkers coming up on the low ground. Really, this dance that we see all the time is really just more or less a skill check. Yeah, sorry about that, Reaper. This Reaper, I mean, I didn't want to call you a skill check, but you are. Getting 2 probes is good. I think 3 probes would be better. So, with a shield battery, the Stalker can easily clean all of this up. Just a little ways away. Yep, we're going to continue to dance over here. SCV, there you go. Repairs for a little bit, pops back into the bunker. Pops back into the bunker again. Second Reaper shows up. I mean, the shield battery is running quite low. I love that. So the damage in StarCraft 2 is calculated when it connects to the actual unit. That's cute. Yeah, it's calculated when it actually connects with the unit, so you can get a lot of value out of this. Alright. It was gonna go wrong at some point. Tries to salvage the bunker. Does not quite get most of his money back. And this is the type of game that these two are playing while they're playing the game. This is like a little mini game, you know? You know, like how on TikTok you have like those videos that are meant for Gen Alpha and Gen Z, where you have like Subway servers on the site and stuff to try and keep your attention span as low as possible? That's basically what these two do with their little early game shenanigans. That little SCV Stalker dance is basically the Subway servers of StarCraft 2. Now, we do have a nice little bit of body blocking here as well, actually. Ooh, Cyclone manages to secure the kill on the Stalker. Nice grenade as well to try and boop that Stalker away. Stalker obviously has a little bit of a faster movement speed. And it actually backs off. Lovely control here by Clem. Okay. So, by the way, a Stargate opener this time around. I didn't highlight it yet, but Clem did see it. So he knows that this is likely going to be Phoenixes. SCVs pulled down to the low ground because they're going to give the Cyclone the hug of love. Yeah, Reaper wanted to be loved as well, but he didn't get any love. Look at this guy. You jealous? I'm kind of jealous, not gonna lie. Makes me wonder if I was mechanical. Okay, I would like to be mechanical, I think. Yeah. If you could be any StarCraft unit, what would you be? Any mechanical StarCraft unit? I feel like being a Cyclone is kind of fun. It's kind of unique, too, because you never see a lot of them. Phoenix. Flying in. Hellbats. Vikings are cool too, I guess. I think being a Viking would be sick. Because you can transform. You have to be very agile. Like, I don't know what it feels like if you are inside of the Viking when you're dropping to the ground and stuff. Like, the G-forces must be nuts. A Robo facility is out at this point, and we have a Robo Bay on the back of this. MaxPax is ready to extend his lance. Although we will probably see a Colossus started up as soon as possible. It's still going to be a while until all of it is done. Clem moving forward. He knows that this is going to be a ways away. It's just the map, right? The map makes it difficult for him really to be aggressive. Immortal is very powerful. Okay, that Liberator though. Ooh, the Liberator and the two Vikings. One Widowmine as well, making it difficult for those Phoenixes to engage. And we're doing a crazy 2-base slow push right here for Clem. This is super dangerous, super easy for him to go terribly wrong. There's the battery overcharged. Immortal stays alive, but you know what? The Liberator, together with the Siege Tank, they actually get a lot of work done. In the meantime, the Phoenixes have intercepted a couple of the reinforcing units. There's the Colossus coming up. No extended thermal lens here anytime soon, because Max cannot afford it. Did Clem just do this? Did he just... That was actually so crazy. Widowmine, by the way, now burrowed underneath the siege tank. Getting the kill on this map on a third Nexus at this point in the game is actually nuts. Really difficult to achieve. There's no stim pack or combat shields or anything like that, so Clem really needs to get value out of all of this. Zealots and probes now trying their very best. Loads of workers will end up going down. Colossus at this point is ready to shoot some lasers as well. Ay, 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 ay. GG. Very, very well done right there by Clem. Ghost River is going to be the third game in this best of 5 series where I have my scoreboard messed up. All right. 2-0 advantage right now for Clem. Is this going to be another one of those weeks where he's just going to win 3-0? Those have happened a lot. He's been there many times. Although lately it seems like MaxPax is, well, going back and forth, really. I feel like these two have been trading wins for the last couple of months. MaxPax really the only person here that seems to be giving Clem any issues. Likewise, Clem, the only person that's really giving MaxPax any issues. So let's see. They always meet in the grand finals too. I don't really know how the seating works, but it always seems that these two always meet in the grand finals of this tournament. Rarely in the semis or any time before that. Alrighty. Double gas opener here for Clem. Ghost River, of course, a map with a very quick rush distance. If you manage to get across the map with a big army, it's just gonna show up like 5 to 10 seconds or so earlier than on most other maps, which is very significant. So you have to be careful. Air to air, the rush distance is even more significant. So most of the time, Protosses do seem to favor going for a Stargate-based build. If you go like second pylon, right, and then you go for the Stargate right about right over here or Stargate over there, you can get to your opponent's natural so quickly. Then again, though, the Stargate opener didn't really work very well for MaxPax in the previous game. So I have to see what his weapon of choice is going to be. I always feel like MaxPax is the type of guy who wants to play Blink Stalker, but he just can't. And he shouldn't play it every game, but he, you know, if he had any say in the matter, he would love to just play Blinky Boys every single game. MaxPax used to be quite a cheesy player a couple years ago. Maybe like 3-4 years ago, he used to cheese the majority of his games. Then he realized, wait a second, what if I actually get good at the game? Oh, nice wall in. And he started grinding these games and just really, like, figure out the exact response to practically everything that the opponents can throw at him. Which really is the hallmark of a great player. MaxPax must have grinded tens of thousands of games ever since, because he seems to be online pretty much all the time. And, well, originally, when he first started playing macro games almost all the time, he started off the games with Blink Stalker. At least the ones against Terran, and I feel like over the last year or so, he's really broadened his horizons quite a bit. Obviously, he always played a bit of variety here and there, but I would say that he's really grown as a player with a very large range of strategies. We don't really see him cheesing very much anymore. I think that's probably going to be the next step in MaxPax's master plan. I would not be surprised if he's going to be a lot more aggressive again at some point in the future. Usually, everything turns back around. It's like the cycle of StarCraft strats. You may go back to cheesing every once in a while. Yeah, I mean, we saw some of that, I guess, in the first game of this series. Yeah, he's already starting to mix it in. Except that obviously his micro now is 10 times better than it was a few years ago. Good start here once again though for Clem. Not really slowed down very much, getting the kill. It is an Oracle first, and that, well, at the very least the Adept managed to do the job of dragging that entire Terran army away. Ooh, getting a mule would be nice. Not gonna happen. Liberator, terrible air-to-air. But obviously the Oracle does not have air-to-air. And apparently we have no recall for you, buddy. Okay, this is not the opener that Max is hoping for. He does have a quick third Nexus. That is nice. This is a quick third Nexus without a Robo facility, so we're very much so leaning into these Stargate units to keep them alive. The Phoenixes are nice and all, but they are a little flimsy, right? They are very easy to accidentally lose the game with. Yeah, you cannot really afford losing any additional units right now as Max Specs. He needs to be microing cleanly. Looks like the follow-up is going to be Twilight Council together with a Forge. Okay. So Max needs another few minutes here before he's really comfortable. You got to manage your energy as well on these Phoenixes. One thing that's easily forgotten is that Phoenixes are actually flying wizards. Yeah, these are like the Gandalfs of the sky over here. They need a certain amount of energy to get their graviton lift, and when they have less than 50, you can't actually do anything with them. So the big question is, when is Clem gonna go across the map? He's got Stimpak and combat shields mostly done. No +1 infantry this time around. It's a bit weird. Why do we not have +1 infantry, Clem? Did he forget it? Yeah, I think he did. Alright. It's a bit strange to see him making the engineering bay and then not make any use of it. He must have thought he clicked it. It's one of those things you sort of do on autopilot. You queue up the upgrades when you have the right amount of resources, and sometimes you click the structure when you're at like 90 or something, right? And then by the time you're done clicking the structure, you have like 98. 98 gas, and then you just barely do not have enough to actually start up the +1. Now he begins it. So he meant to start up the +1 armor there, and then he realized I never started up the +1 infantry attacks. Clem at least finds the proxy pylon, but now this makes it all a little bit awkward for him because he doesn't have a third command center. He's been meaning to go for a big 2-base push, but do you still want to commit to a big 2-base push when you don't have your +1 attack? Well, I mean, that's a nice start, I guess. Two of the Widow Mines hiding behind the gas geyser, pretty much out of sight. He kills one of the Phoenixes with it. Clem is marching around the map right now, but he's decided that he doesn't really want to be too aggressive. Alright, that means the ball is back in the court right here of Max Specs. I think Max would have been okay against a big attack here. But Clem apparently believes that without +1, he's just not going to be able to achieve much, and he throws his entire build order away. Yeah, mistakes were made. Fourth Nexus comes up. Max Specs may have clicked on one of these units, by the way, and realized that that is the reason why we don't see any aggression here. Phoenix is trying to make it difficult for those medevacs to disengage, and whew, there we go. All right. And that is what Max Specs really kind of needed in this series. It's not very good, though, to be relying on your opponent to make a mistake. It's not a very reliable way of winning games, I suppose, but this does mean that Max Specs is ready to go for a big push here. We are on 8 gateways right now, 2 more coming up. We have a Robo facility again as well on the back of all of this, so he can go for some aggression. Ghost Academy is building. Ghost Academy normally gets built when you have the 3rd command center secured. Ghosts are obviously with EMP incredibly powerful against Zealots. We're still about a minute or so away from those being particularly useful. There's a proxy gate in the bottom left-hand corner as well for Max Specs to continue warping in. And I think he's just about ready to just make a stupid amount of Protoss units and go. He doesn't have to go all in with this, though. He can just wait for the Terran to come across. The only problem is that this army here of Protoss is not really getting any better. Whereas Terran is going to make significant improvements with their composition as soon as these ghosts hit the battlefield, which is going to be very soon. Okay. Nice liftoff right there with the leftover Phoenixes. There's still a few of those Widow Mines scattered around. Good splits right there again by Maxipacks. Stimpak gets activated. There's not really that many medevacs available at this point in time. Prism unloads inside of the natural expansion and warps in an additional 10 Zealots. That one got cancelled. MaxSpecs now finds himself with a mass amount of resources in the bank. Colossus is coming up. Clem never started up the +2, by the way, during all of this. Metavex low on energy, it seems, or at the very least unable to heal up these bio units back up to full. Maybe a bit of overstimming as well there on the side of the Terran. Now the Colossus is done. Okay, don't rally that on the wrong side of the rocks. Stalkers are going to get their blink upgrade within the next half minute. Battery overcharge. Early pull right there by MaxSpecs. I think both players are making some uncharacteristic errors. Very rarely do we see MaxSpecs popping the battery overcharge early. Alright. It happens. It happens. It happens. Nothing to be ashamed of. Sometimes you get overeager. Looks like the gateway right now will get spotted in the bottom left-hand corner. There's the extended thermal lens. We have a bit of a skirmish here in the middle of the map. I don't think this is the moment, really, for MaxSpecs to be moving too far. He needs to get that ranged upgrade done first. Clem is kind of stuck, though, on these bases right now. Like, he's going into a 4th. It's like 3/4 of the way done. But MaxSpecs already has a 5th base up and running. I mean, we are very deep into a game right now. 11 minutes in. Clem is halfway done with his +1 armor. Armory has been late. Considering this has mostly been 3-base and 2-base play from him, those upgrades are very, very late. And the problem is that's one of those mistakes that carries on for like the first 20 minutes of the game. Like until both players finish up 3-3, Clem is going to be behind in those upgrades. Doesn't sound very significant, but those units just hit so much harder. Let's see. MaxSpecs has been trying to find a proper chokehold on the opponent for a while. This may just be it. Good EMP right there on those Zealots. Colossi moving forward. Vikings up in the air trying to snipe those Colossi out of the sky as quickly as possible. There's a Liberator here sieged up, trying to do whatever it can. Some of the Zealots right now do walk within range, but the Protoss army is just too big. GG gets called, and MaxSpecs gets a point on the board. Side Delta is next. What are we gonna do this time around? So far, nothing all too weird. Again, a nice, straightforward macro map. Cyber Core going down on the side of the Protoss. We'll see what his plan of attack is going to be. So we also have a 20 supply Nexus right now. So 20 supply Cyber Core into a 20 supply Nexus. All very, very normal. Probe in the meantime, trying to be annoying on the other side of the map. Clem not bothering with scouting a whole lot, which could certainly bite him in the butt, because in the majority of the game so far, if not all actually, I haven't been paying special attention to it, but in quite a few of the games so far, Clem has not bothered scouting in the early game at all. Like maybe he sends the Marine out to check if there's like a, I don't know, a very obvious proxy gate or something along those lines. Yeah, we're just gonna hang out at home and do a little bit of checking on this side of the map, but okay. I don't think MaxSpecs is gonna punish him for it here, but it is something worth noting, and certainly something that MaxSpecs is picking up on as well. It'll be a Twilight Council opener this time around. It used to sort of be a running joke for some time as well, where everybody should always be defaulting to Blink Stalkers in this matchup, unless MaxSpecs is not playing Blink Stalker. Because if MaxSpecs is not playing Blink Stalker, the map must be really bad for Blinky boys. Nowadays, that's not really true anymore, but I would say like a half year, maybe 9 months or so ago, that is something you would hear. Obviously, though, Twilight Council is nice with the Blink upgrade, and you can harass the opponent and deal damage, and sometimes straight up win the game. Problem is if the opponent goes for, say for example, a Widowmine drop, and the Medevac is just sort of hanging out over here. Or say there's like a Raven on the back of this. Raven is hanging out right over there. right? You just do not have any flying air-to-air attacks. And Terran can just always hover in the corner of your base, and if you don't pay attention for a split second, oh, okay. You may just end up losing the game. Now, this is a Dark Templar rush. This is Dark Templar here from Max. Okay. Yeah, I think Clem is playing this as a very greedy series. Obviously, he's ahead. Previous game, he made a mistake. Was punished for it. Made the game a little harder for him. Now, he's still not scouting anything. And this is one of those builds that can accidentally win you the game. As MaxSpecs. He obviously does need to defend against the medevac drop. He would preferably not use, well, any Dark Templar against this, if he, you know, can at all avoid it. Because that would spoil the surprise. 6 probes going down so far. Main question is, will there be any detection here for Clem whatsoever? So, there is no tech lab, so he's not going to be able to go for a Raven. He should have some energy available on one of these orbital commands, but currently he just dropped a Mule. Normally, Terrans will save up energy. It's a little bit of a supply block right here as well for Clem. Interesting. Clem making back-to-back mistakes. Getting a little too over-eager right there with his Mule production too. He sees the Shimmer. I don't think we really had a lot of kills here, but he sees the Shimmer, and he immediately taps out. He's got no counter against the Invisible Men. Okay. And what was previously looking like a easy win for Clem is now suddenly evened up. Okay. Clem is apparently gonna be the one who will be aggressive this time around? Yeah, we're rallying SCVs towards the far left of the map. He's not really doing a lot of scouting, but I think we're gonna... Okay. I think we're gonna go for proxy barracks here to decide the series. It's a bold move, because MaxSpecs usually scouts quite thoroughly. He will once again automatically send a probe across the map. Seeing the lack of barracks inside of the main base of the Terran is not going to give him all of the information he really needs. Because obviously, well, Clem has already shown us earlier on in the series as well. Just a single proxy barracks, 1 Reaper, that's about it. This is a much more committed push this time around here from the French Terran player. MaxSpecs is going to have to get across the map and realize what's going on. So there is a bit of a giveaway. For example, there's a set timing on the command center follow-up. There's a set timing on the second gas. When MaxSpecs realizes that neither of those two things is building, that could give him the information he truly needs, it's going to be double Tech Lab, I think. Yep, double Tech Lab into Mass Marauder. The Zealot is building right now. The Zealot is a response to not seeing the barracks on the side of the Terran. Clem is pretending like he wants to build a command center on the low ground, and MaxSpecs is countering a hypothetical command center. He's now assuming that the CC will be right over here. Zealot is looking around, or Probe Marauder is looking around. Zealot is coming across right now too. Marauders indeed are going to be the name of the game here. So he's making 2 of them at once. We do need to see the concussive shells research here as well in a moment. MaxSpecs is scouting the main base. So he's seen no production structure. I think this is pretty obvious right now that something is very fishy. He starts up a blind shield battery, but he's going to need more than that. Stalkers are coming. We may need another gateway or whatever. Like, you just need to not die here. That's the main objective. This is a committed all-in here from Clem. He needs to deal significant amounts of damage. And now that he's been spotted, he decides to commit. Second battery coming up. Keep in mind that there's only 1 pylon here keeping all of this alive. Marauder range is not that large. MaxSpecs just trying to buy time. Yep, shield battery overcharge is an option as soon as the Nexus finishes. There's not really a lot of production in the meantime at home, so Clem only sitting at 17 SCVs, of which 2 of them are over here on this side of the map. This is the calm before the storm. Both players know what's gonna happen, but Clem is waiting for his upgrade. All right, it's done. This will be the army. Yeah. Let's dance. MaxSpecs is wearing his tutu. Clem has got his dancing shoes on. Probes are coming from the mineral line as well. One of the Stalkers gets dangerously low. He doesn't want to pull battery overcharge too early. This is a fight, though, that could last for quite a while, but he has plenty of energy for now. There's the battery overcharge. Wants to save that additional Stalker. The healing rate is, of course, a bit quicker. Nice little bit of damage coming out of those probes as well. Good control there as well, though, by the Terran player. Pulling back the weakened Marauder. Okay. Both SCVs at this point are gone, and I think this is looking really good for Max. Now Warp Gate is done, so the production here of those Stalkers is a little bit quicker. MaxSpecs now starting to mix in additional pro production too, and apparently we're pulling the rest of the boys. Clem is going from all-in into all-in. Stalkers are becoming a little bit more adventurous. Probe on the other side of the map will notice the lack of units in the mineral line. Assuming MaxSpecs has had the time to look at it, well, now he knows exactly what he's going up against. Battery overcharge is available again in about 20 seconds, so not yet. But there are just simply so many shield batteries to begin with. And what was previously a 2-0 lead for Clem turns out to be a 3-2 all-reverse sweep here from MaxSpecs. That is so sick. We don't see that very often at this level. What I've got for you today is a best of 9 series of top-level StarCraft 2. This particular series is the finals of a tournament called Stars War 11. Stars War. Yeah, definitely don't get it twisted. No. It's certainly no reference. This is a $25,000 tournament. We're in the top left-hand corner. In game number 1, we have none other than Maru and his opponent in the opposite corner with the red Protoss pieces. He goes by the name of Hero. I haven't casted a game of StarCraft 2 in about 8, maybe 9 days or so. I took a little bit of time to chill. I've prepared videos in advance, so they did go up automatically over the last couple days. That is all nice and all, but I haven't really looked at a game of StarCraft in I think about 8 or 9 days. Maybe 7, I'm not exactly sure. Either way, I figured what perfect way to come back than with a best of 9 series of 2 of the very best players going up against each other. This should be an absolute banger of a series. This particular match was played at an offline venue over in China, organized by SC Boy. Very active group of StarCraft tournament organizers and commentators as well. So shout out to them for sending over these replays. So I'm very excited to find out exactly what ended up going down between these two. I haven't really seen any games. It's kind of interesting. So when the patch first went live, I didn't really have any games to cast. And now I just I've got this entire replay pack. I've got GSL replays to cast. I've got some StarCraft Evolution replays to cast as well between TY and Dark. I've got about a dozen videos that I still want to go ahead and record. Got a lot of stuff to get into over the next few weeks. Should be a lot of fun though. Certainly do plan on checking out the very best games, but Maru versus Hero is one of those matchups that I figured we should get started with. Now, a best of 9 series. We have 9 maps in the map pool these days. Historically, we've only ever had 7 maps in the StarCraft 2 map pools, but for the very first time, we now have 9. And what that means is that the players don't actually get to veto any maps. The only thing they get to choose is the map order. So we'll have to find out together exactly what ended up going down. This does mean that it's very likely to be a very long series too, because a best of 9, it could take a while. All right, let's have a look. It's going to be a single gas for now here for Mr. Maru, going into just a bunch of Marines here. Straight into a reactor, so really no scouting here from the Terran whatsoever. He doesn't know if there's a Protoss player out there on the other side of the map, but it is a safe assumption, as apparently Hero decides to open up with a Robo build. Okay, I've been casting a lot of StarCraft Evolution lately. StarCraft 1 going up against StarCraft 2. This has got to be a Reaver drop, right? Reaver drop coming right up here for Hero. I'm excited. We'll probably be getting the ranged upgrade for the Dragoons here in just a moment too. Maybe get some Dark Archons going. Maelstrom into Storm seems to be a pretty popular combination of things. It's going to be difficult though for Hero to produce any of those units. Maru, by the way, going with the high ground command center here, mostly because he hasn't scouted much. I know this is something that a lot of Terran players are allergic to. But if Maru can do it, you can probably do it too. You do have to make the flight of shame though. Oh, look at this. Oh, feels bad. Terran players watching this right now cringing. Oh, it feels so bad. You want to build it on the low ground so bad. But no. Oftentimes, this is the easier choice. Especially if you don't scout much in the early game. Ooh. Probably want to try and micro at least some of those Marines back, but... Maru's like, nah, we don't need to, where we are going, we don't need no micro. Which is fair enough. Probably would have died anyways. Observer coming across immediately. What's the follow-up going to be here, Hero? Well, not a whole lot so far. Probably will just be, he did take the extra gases here. Ooh, cheeky little play there from Maru. He was ready to fly the medevac towards the other side, but I guess that also works. Make the stalkers go poof. Now we have a robo support bay, I guess is what we can call it, right? A robo support bay coming up. We'll not be able to make any reverse, but we'll have to see exactly what he does decide to use it for in just a moment. Decides to go right underneath one of those observers. So, should be an easy kill, of course, here for those stalkers. Bit unfortunate right there for Maru, but he already got quite a bit of value here. Of course, though, his economy is not quite as big here as that of the Protoss. Chrono Boost is pretty handy. Third Nexus coming up right now. Mules, of course, though, are very good. Alrighty. Colossus, of course, will be building. We'll have to pull a couple of Elo. Okay. That was unnecessarily close, man. You could have pulled it slightly earlier. But for a second, we were gonna just lose 9 probes or so to a single Widow Mine. That would have been a bit silly. Medevac is gonna return back home that way. Liberator going around the site. This is the anti-all army hotkey siege up. Which is always nice. Maru's ready to go for a little bit of a move on the left side of the map too, but the Observer scouts it once again. Great movement right here by Hero, honestly. Other than those Stalkers being lost, obviously, that does suck. That may honestly make it very difficult for him to hold this push. SCVs are coming across too here, but this is a difficult map to attack on, though. I'm not entirely sure if I agree with this attack here from Maru. He wants to hit before Colossi are out, but Golden Aura is one of the most difficult maps to attack. That Liberator is super dead. Nice snipe right there by the Protoss player here. Twilight Council coming up together with a Forge on the back of this. He's really just trying to get the Colossi down, though. Oh, okay, we're gonna fight this immediately. A little dangerous. One of the siege tanks was a bit late with the siege up. Difficult for Maru to maintain high ground vision here, too. So he's got that one medevac. Extended thermal lens, by the way, is about maybe 80% or so of the way done. Battery, super battery, activated. Should we not wait just a tiny little bit? Second Colossus is available at this point. It's coming, down from the main ramp. And this is exactly why you really want to try and keep all of your units alive here, right? So this is a hold here for Hero in the end. Oh, a little bit of dancing on that second Colossus. But imagine if he had 2 more Stalkers. It doesn't sound very significant, but imagine if he had 2 more Stalkers here that he lost earlier on. Liberator, by the way, not really trying to harass the Protoss in the meantime, which is a bit of a shame. Okay. Yeah, should have really done this while you were sieged up at the front, but I guess getting 3 probes there is not the end of the world. Third Command Center, of course, has been delayed for quite a while here to try and execute all of this aggression. And even though Hero did certainly take a bit of a beating, I don't mind this position for him at all. Nah. Blink will be finishing up at some point in the future. But at this point, obviously, the ranged upgrade for the Colossi is done. We can even go for a 4th Nexus. Yeah, I don't mind that at all. Likewise, of course, for Hero, it's difficult for him to attack on the other side of the map. And you will notice here that his opponent is going to go for a 3rd Command Center in just a moment. Okay, so now that the Vikings have been spotted, we're going to transition towards Disruptors instead. Try to force out as many Vikings as possible. Obviously, 3 Colossi is pretty good now. Trying to stop any prisms or anything like that flying around. Problem here for Maru is that he doesn't have really any clue about what's happening on the other side of the map. So he's going to try and take a bit of a gamble here, secure that base. Obviously, it's an easy one to, I I don't think you can go and attack Maru. Really? We're gonna go from... Okay. Well, I'm a little afraid you're gonna get absolutely destroyed. This is a much easier hold right now for Hero than the one from a few minutes ago. Okay. Now, he doesn't really need to fight this. He can maybe roll, yeah, a Disruptor in there. Fair enough. This is right after all of those gateways finished up, so this is really when Hero is going to be able to continue producing very effectively. Okay, now, still a scary attack, though, for Maru. That's a lot of tanks. Disruptor thinking about flanking from the side. One Nova. Good dodge right there by, our Terran. Oh, another one. Stalker, I believe, ends up going down. Another Disruptor here at the front, too. We really need a round of charge slots. Sadly, we haven't seen a lot of Chronos here, it seems, on the Twilight Council. Liberator, by the way, in the back. Okay, I was gonna say, this time around, it does get activated whilst this is all going on. Yeah, with charge, this makes it much more holdable. I think he may actually have to get out of this position. He doesn't really want to give up that position, though. It's a difficult call to make. Vikings taking quite a bruise, but they're busy working right now on all of those Colossi. Zealots awkwardly moving in. 16 probes have just been destroyed, and I think Maru may have just pulled a rabbit out of a hat. Dangerous attack from him. He didn't really know exactly what was going on the other side of the map. He didn't know how close charge was to finishing, but he may have just found the perfect opportunity. Now charge finishes, but it's a little too late. One of the siege tanks? No, will actually stay alive here too. Ay, 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 ay. Good old Maru. He's been doing this sort of stuff for over a decade. Yeah, the Protoss games always feel so fragile. Well, beautiful micro here by Maru. Yep, he's going to shut down that Colossus as well. All of the Disruptors have been controlled against. Can we finally get rid of one of those tanks? Nope. He may have been able to swipe a few of them with the Colossi and the Stalkers initially, but now Maru is starting to tighten the noose here. He doesn't have a fourth command center on the back of this, so this is, well, not quite an all-in, but he doesn't really need more economy. GG is called. Game number 1 goes in favor of Maru. Game number 2. We find ourselves on good old site Delta. So what's the strategy if you play a best of 9? Do you pick your good maps first? Or do you pick it as like a map 5? Maybe a map 4, a map 6, something like that. Because obviously, the first player to win 5 maps in a row, or not in a row, 5 maps in total, in a row would be insane. This series would take a very long time if we're doing 5 wins in a row. The first player to win 5 maps is the one that ends up winning the series. Do you put your good maps roughly in the middle? So, if the games don't really go that well, you get a nice little pick-me-up halfway through the series. Do you try to get the bad ones out of there immediately? Or do you just pick the maps that you're good on immediately too and try to get some momentum going? Honestly, as far as map vetoing and map order goes, there is quite a meta. One of the nice advantages, actually, of having a 9-map map pool is that usually we do see quite a bit of map variety in the best of 3s as well, which is nice. There's quite a bit of preference, I guess. There's some maps that are heavily in favor of one race. For example, Dynasty. Not a very good map for Zerg versus Terran. You will rarely see a Terran versus Zerg on Dynasty. Because I think at the tournament level, there's like an 80% win rate for Terran in that matchup on that map. But because we have so many maps in the map pool now, it's kind of sweet to see all of them have... Well, most of them anyways, have a bit of a place. Site Delta though, bit of a classic. Nothing all too weird with this one. This is a map that we have seen many, many games on. I'm actually curious. Site Delta. Liquipedia. What is the win-loss ratio on this map for this particular matchup? Yeah, so for this matchup, at the tournament level, 356 Protoss versus Terran games have been logged, with 50.3% of them going in favor of Protoss. So this map is about 50-50. Obviously, that only counts tournament games, so should be about as accurate as it can be. I actually try and pull up the win-loss ratios for every single one of the maps if I remember. It's always nice to have a look at those. I'm not sure what the worst map for this matchup currently is. I know Dynasty is about 50-50. What about Crimson Court for this matchup? Crimson Court is about 55% in favor of Terran. Fair enough. What about Amphion? Amphion, okay, about 47% in favor, or sorry, 57% in favor of Terran. Seems like most of the maps actually are slightly favored for Terran right now. Yeah, it seems like the really bad Terran maps have about a 50% win rate for Terran. It's interesting. That seems to be a bit of a theme. Whenever the maps are a little strange, it seems like over the last couple years at least, Terran seems to be doing quite, seems to be doing quite all right. Alrighty. Phoenix opener here for Hero this time around. Always a macro-focused start, or at least it feels like one to me. Because this doesn't really lead to anything in particular, right? Like, you pretty much always... Like, there's no timing attack usually lined up with this anytime early. Usually the Phoenixes are a get-out-of-jail-for-free card, at least assuming you micro well. Control your units properly, and you should be able to tech up towards Colossi if everything goes according to plan. Obviously, that's the main issue you run into if you're a ladder hero. You gotta make sure that you do micro all of your stuff correctly. Ooh, cute little play right there by Maru. Sorry, I'll just back that up in case you just barely missed it. So this is something that I've seen many Terran players attempt, and it only really goes well maybe half the time. So what he does is he throws a grenade, and this full wall off forces him to boop that Reaper towards the other side, which is kind of sweet. The only problem here is that he's going to scout that it's a Phoenix opener, and he already saw that it was a Phoenix opener, so it was mostly just for style points, I guess. Not really any information that he didn't already have. Cloaked Medevac opener right here for Maru. You love to see it. Yeah, very cool. Maybe that's what the Medevacs were as well in StarCraft 1. They were all invisible. He's restarting it a couple of times. Come scout me, bro. Hero not giving into the scout. He's trying to keep those Phoenixes pinned back. Now he sees the Medevac though, so I guess that gives him all of the information that he wants. You can't technically cloak a Medevac in 2 versus 2, for example, if your opponent, or your ally rather, goes for a Mama ship. You could cloak it. Little difficult for Terrans themselves to pull that off, though. Alrighty, here goes the Medevac, full of siege tanks this time around. We bring in a lot of SCVs across the map, too. This is Maru trying to hit his opponent in the face before any of those Colossi hit the battlefield. So we did see one Immortal produced whilst, you know, that Robo Bay was already partially done. Problem here, though, for our Terran is that he's going up against the 2-base Protoss. He would love to cancel a third. Oh, what are we doing? Ooh, very far forward. Okay. Almost went wrong. He wants to lift up those siege tanks, take them out of the equation. Okay. Nice pickup control right here by Maru. And this is all so delicate. In the meantime, by the way, the Phoenixes are picking up whatever reinforcing unit they can. But lifting up Marines, you gotta be careful that you don't waste all your energy. Maru pushing forward, trying to create a bit of a choke. Killing the Robo facility is actually really nice. Because that means that this Colossus is a lonely Colossus. Oh, now we're gonna go for bunkers here too. Fair enough. Oh. Nice. Yeah, this is a difficult one. What exactly do you do right now here if you're Hero? What exactly do you do, though, if you're Maru? Right? Because you can't really push up to the high ground because you just get lasered. But you also can't really go down to the low ground because you get siege tanked. Not as cool. Yeah, not as cool a vowel, I guess. Twilight Council, of course. Not done yet with any upgrades. Charge would be the easy way out, but yeah, we're gonna get there eventually. Charge with +1, but we're still quite a while away until both of those upgrades are done. Do we have a probe out on the map? Not quite. This would be the moment to go for another base somewhere where your opponent doesn't expect it, maybe. Instead, the Phoenixes are just gonna roam. You know what? I love this continued Phoenix production a lot. Getting so much value. Yeah. Maru decided to dig a moat around the opponent's base, but he forgot that the opponent had airplanes. Moats are not... Airplanes counter moats is what I'm saying, okay? They should have thought about that in the Middle Ages. Why didn't they just get airplanes? Duh. So obvious in hindsight, huh? Ooh. He really wants to get their Raven. I mean, honestly, the Phoenix value has been amazing. Yeah, there is a moment as well where those Phoenixes aren't quite as useful. But up to this point, he's only lost a single one. Lots of Cyclones going down. Mario is sitting here on the other side of the map. I hope the Marines brought like a little sleeping bag or something. Oh, we're gonna make supply depots here too. Well, at least he wanted to. Now the charge is done. Maybe we should have brought the Phoenixes back home first? Maybe not. I'm a little surprised we're... Yeah, they're just... they're on a little field trip. Alright, apparently we didn't really need it. Very ambitious Liberator here, by the way. He knows that those Phoenixes must be going home. Okay. Very well done right here by our Protoss player. Main issue right now, though, for both players is that we are nearly 10 minutes into the game, and that's when the bases start running low. Third command center is done here for Maru, but how in the world are you going to fly a command center anywhere? Hero decides to expand at this point, but he can't really... Yeah, the Terran can't really move out. He's going mass Cyclone, by the way. That's why he was continuing Cyclone production. He is... Okay, we just finished Hurricane Engines, which is the speed upgrade for Cyclones. We're going to play mech against Protoss. Okay. Okay. I hate everything about that. Yep, I think it's pretty bad. Scans right now review. Keep in mind, these scans are expensive at this point, too. Scans reveal that indeed Protoss is not going for just like a two base all-in. He doesn't need to go up to this high ground. And this is now Hero digging a moat around his opponent's base. Except he's digging a moat with airplanes. It's confusing. It's complicated. Blue Flame Hellbat's coming up. Siege Tank's coming up. I guess the plan is just to try and slowly move over in this direction. Try to get Siege Tanks in key locations and try to go. Oh, this is a very bold play. I like this, by the way, from Hero. So he's actually just letting this happen. I was assuming that Protoss would try and jump this, but apparently we don't want to take any chances. It's difficult to gauge how much damage those Cyclones can do, so instead he's going to go for a double expand, which is kind of cool. But it does mean that Maru will likely get a third base up, and I'm not entirely sure if he really needed to. Or if he was really supposed to. Infernal Pre-Igniter, by the way, pretty good against Zealots. So that's the mineral dump right here for Maru, getting all of those Hellions and the Hellbats. Okay. Well, if we're gonna do this anyway, shouldn't we have done it about a minute ago? Does it matter? Does it matter? No, I don't think so. It would have been easier, though, if all of those structures weren't up in the first place. All of the Phoenixes, but one, have died. I think maybe Hero was thinking about waiting until his upgrades were done, but difficult call to make. It's also a difficult call because he just dumped a whole lot of resources into that additional base. Maru getting away with murder here. That wasn't a great fight for Terran, but it was also far from the worst. He still has that siege tank backbone, or at least some of it. Yeah, having those supply depots here was really good. I think if Hero wanted to do the jump, he should have waited on the other side of the map. Because Terran wasn't going to go for a drop. He didn't really need to bring his entire army home. Okay. The Invisible Men are hitting the battlefield. We have the other Brotherly Templars coming up as well. No storm or anything like that. It'll just be for Archons. Now suddenly, Maru's army is kind of scary. I do love, like, the Ravens got killed. So we did have, I think, 2 Ravens? Yeah, 2 Ravens in total. Those Ravens got killed by the Phoenixes pretty much immediately. This is a scary army, though, for Maru. Disruptor? Ooh, cheeky. Boom. Oh, okay. Full army hotkey here. The Hero Classic. You hate to see it at the pro level. Yeah. We just all army hotkey to... Okay, the Prism in there and a bunch of other stuff. I think he may be doing some more of it here too, but he does have the numbers in the end. GG is cool. Hero gets a point on the board. Crimson Court. What is that, Hero? Where are we going? Cheeky little probe right at the very beginning of the game. This map has a roughly 55% advantage for Terran. We started off on Golden Aura. I did not look at the win-loss ratio of that map. That map has about a 51% advantage for Terran. Okay. Now for the fans of cannon rushes, I will hate to disappoint you. This is definitely not a cannon rush. Unless he's going to build a Nexus over here and recall the Zealots. I don't think this is cheese at all. I'd be very surprised if he builds a Nexus in the opponent's base, by the way. That is maybe a Florencio strategy, or... Yeah, maybe SOS could pull off something like that, but there's no way that that is going to work against Maru. Yeah, I see that comment sometimes below the videos where people are like, hey, we don't really see a lot of cheese anymore at the top level. The thing is, right below the tippity top of the skill level, yes, we do see cheese quite a bit. We even see a bit of cheese as well at this level, to be honest, but... The top 1% of the top 1% are so good at the game that they rarely lose against early game shenanigans. It's one of the, well, I was gonna call it a downside, but it really isn't. It's one of the effects, I guess, of this game being around for as long as it has been. Players have figured out how to counter any type of cheese. The problem is, knowing how to counter and executing the counter are very different. Like, for example, in Zerg vs. Zerg, I know how to counter cheeses. I know how to do it. It's just that everything moves at about 100 kilometers an hour. And you have about a split second to make any of those decisions. It feels really difficult. So the knowledge and the execution are very different. Even though all the pro gamers will have the knowledge, not everybody can execute all the time. Especially when you're playing like these two, for example, at an offline stage for a $25,000 prize pool. It can become very messy. But in general, I don't think either Hero or Maru is really going to lose against early game cheese. Or at least, neither of them seems to believe that it has a 50% or more % chance to work. In-base expansion once again here for Maru. Factory coming up, second gas guys are here. Starport opener once again for Hero. Okay. So we're 3 games into a Protoss versus Terran and not a single Twilight Council start. Yeah, not that long ago, Hero was winning the vast majority of his games, just good old 4 gateway blink stalker micro. But apparently those days are gone. Again, they're gone for Maru. Not so much for most other Terran players right below this skill level. Got ourselves a round of mineral fields here. This is what the map developer, by the way, the map maker of this particular map, he calls this an island base. Yeah. Now, it made sense immediately when I read that. I was like, yeah, that's an island base. Indeed it is. These are island bases. I can imagine if maybe you haven't watched as much StarCraft, this may not seem like an island base to you at all, because it's accessible by land from literally every side. It's just that there's mineral walls and actual rocks to destroy and all that makes it kind of feel like an island base in the modern day and age. Back in the early days of StarCraft, about a decade ago, we used to have maps with actual islands where there was, like, say for example, an expansion right over here with a mineral field and all that. It was very good for Terran. It was very good for Terran. Sucked for everybody else. So naturally Terran players loved it. But ultimately, they were overruled by a 2/3 majority. It helps when your command centers can fly. Oracle not getting any kills here. Not what Hero was hoping for at all. This is going to be a Blinkstalker follow-up, by the way. Nice and early third Nexus as well. In the meantime, Maru playing defensively. Not messing around with any sort of Widowmine drops or anything along those lines for the time being. I'm actually really liking the map pool at the moment. I mean, sure, maybe the maps are a little better for Terran than they are for Zerg and for Protoss. But just in general, the variety of the maps I think is really strong. I can imagine that not every pro gamer would agree with that they would much rather have maybe more similar looking maps. Because the problem is, a lot of pro gamers don't necessarily dislike map variety. A lot of pro gamers dislike map imbalance.
I don't know how to do
That's
this.
essentially what it comes down to. There's this this age-old adage that pro gamers don't really like playing the funky maps, and maybe some of that is true.
I mean, can I get something stronger than this? It's good, but I know they did more than that. Oh, well, I guess if you double it. Oh, 10% of the votes. Oh. Oh, I actually think... Oh, I think we got it. Oh, yeah, we did get it. Look, because look, 2 times this would be the difference in the margin. I was going to say, oh, yeah. And then, right, 2 times this, right, that's about 10.50% of the ballots were fucking flipped, okay? Of all the ballots, okay? So now, because of that, we have basically the same number in Colorado at a percentage scale, okay? Which is about 10% of the ballots. That's their MO, okay? That's really all you have to flip, okay? And this is like a, again, it's like a minimum bound, you know what I mean? Alright, I got him. I got him. Good night.